Time dissolving, flowers red. Uh-oh. What's going on, man? How you doing? Cheers. Got some breaking news. This guy means business. He's still talking up here. You see all the people he's talking to? This happened right now. Breaking news. Breaking. Oh, I got that breaking news for you, motherfucker.
Yes, sir.
We might be going to war. Are you ready? Are you? You better smoke. It's smoke time. The number two Hamas leader has been killed in Beirut. And they are pissed. They said, Israel, you will pay. And he's talking. They're listening. Oh, it's going to be a good one. This is the English version of it. These are not, of course. Oh, it's breaking all right. Shit's breaking. Are you ready to see some shit break? I don't know who's speaking, but he's a big deal. I think he's a Hezbollah dude. I'm not really sure.
Now hold up. This has just gotten out of hand.
Damn right.
I missed that part. Who's the guy talking?
I like that, but can you make it more wonky?
We'll just call him Mr. Epic Beard. Could look like something out of the Bible. It's breaking though. I know that. Let's all break. I'm breaking right now. I'm gonna break. Get away from me. I'm gonna break. No, I know it's more than that. But he's talking mainly about... Dude, I can imagine he's talking mainly about Israel and the Western world and how they gonna fuck them up now. Right? Isn't that what he's talking about? Oh, we got him on the third. Oh, Israel's talking about it now. See this up here? I-24 is talking about it. They're getting a little concerned. I got the pulse of the Middle East, dude. With all these channels up here, I can tell what people care about, what they're doing. I can tell if they're starting to headbang at the wall all of a sudden, excessive numbers. I can see if the hospital. God damn it, this is awesome. Woo! Palestinian. I got 2 Israeli stations up here, 3 Palestinian or whatever. One of them is a straight Palestinian TV station. That's what it's called. I think this one. The other 2 are, of course, Al Jazeera, but they're different. You see they're different? You see that? You see that? One's the one that normally has like 4 screens up. Well, they dedicated everything to this right now. I mean, the other one's the Arabic. This is English Al Jazeera, and this, of course, is a live of the hospital as it's happening. Allah Akbaring it up out there. Could you see what I'm spitting right now? I should have an extra large spittoon, collect it, and serve it. Here's your serving. No, that's all you get. Come on, man. There's others here. Did y'all miss me? I was gone for a day. I had to take care of Simon, man. Actually, was I gone for 2 days? I might have been. I had to take care of Simon. He was, I think he was actually hypothyroidic, which means I was inducing hypothyroidism in him. I think for maybe a fucking couple weeks, man. I don't know, man. It wasn't too bad to where he wasn't eating, because that's when it's like real, you know what I mean? But I was having to make him eat, and he was eating less, 30 grams or so less every day than he would normally eat. And I was having to stir it constantly, you know what I mean? And so I did a bunch of research, because you know me, I'm a researching motherfucker. I research until my eyes hurt. And then I research some more. So, my ass and my eyes. And what I think happened, since I decreased the strength that his heart was pumping blood out of it, therefore I decreased his flow rate. It's called the GMR, or glomerular flow rate. It's a GFR, I think is what it is. It's the speed at which your kidneys process things, and we do the same thing. Well, that medication I had talked about before, and I asked the fucking vet about it too, dude, and she said that no, it wouldn't, because I was like, what about me reducing this? Is it gonna change how his kidneys, are functioning or anything? And she was like, I don't think she knows, dude. I do more research than a doctor. Remember, I'm the one that told her that it wasn't supposed to be taken with food. It's the same medication, the same one, dude. I don't think she knows. She hasn't researched enough about it. So, yeah, it makes sense that with the dosage of thyroid medication that he was on, me decreasing his kidney's ability to filter it out of his blood was causing it to build up in his blood, therefore inducing a hypothyroidic situation, which is where his thyroid gland is actually suppressed too much. It causes weight gain. They're not hungry. They're extremely lethargic, kind of out of it. All of these things was going on with him. I didn't see him quickly enough because I was too busy with this shit, honestly. Sometimes it's got to not be here for a day to see what's really going on. That's what it took, man. And then I got him. What I did was I gave him half a dose of thyroid medication for 2 dosages, as well as increased his the heart medication back to almost a normal dose, but it's not quite, because I didn't want to too drastically go back to what it was, but I'm way more. I'm like over 200 milligrams, and he was down to 130 milligrams of it twice a day. I'm doing like 200 to 250, 210, depending on when. Like, I'm starting to reduce it back down to 200 now. And now with a full dose of the thyroid medication starting this morning, because he freaking absolutely devoured his breakfast. Dinner last night, not so much, but breakfast this morning he did. So now I'm trying this milligrammage of the heart medication with a full dose of and then I'm just gonna really pay attention to how he acts. Man, I feel fucking horrible, dude, because that hypothyroidic stage that I put him in actually causes a fucking kidney damage. It causes it more than hyperthyroid condition. So I don't know, man. Now I'm gonna be blaming myself for doing kidney damage to him even more, and all I'm trying to do is help, dude. This is crazy, man. Like, I've never had an animal that lived into elderlyhood where they're on medications, and it was up to like me to fix something. Before they get hit by a car, if the vet couldn't fix it when I was a kid, the vet couldn't. Like, they would recommend euthanasia, but if they could fix it, I think my dad would normally pay for it if it was a fixable thing. A lot of dogs get ran over when I was a kid. All of the dogs that I had when I was a kid either got ran over or ran away so many times that my dad ended up letting the dog pound have it. I really wish he wouldn't have done that. With that was my first dog as a kid, and it kept jumping the fence, I guess, and he ended up just letting the dog pound have it. Fuck, man. That's how I remember the story, at least. That's fucking heartbreaking. It was a good jumper. It was used to living in the country. That's so sad. But then we started getting cats, and they didn't normally get ran over. When they did, they either were dead or they were able to survive from it. One of the two. So we didn't have to, there was no like vet for it, to where we had to like worry or anything. But they would end up dying from the road normally also. This is the first animal in my entire life that I've dealt with of old age illnesses. And at a time like this, when there's tons of different medications and information on the internet that's so easily accessible, it's super stressful, man. It's not fun. And like I've said before, dude, I'm just trying to make up for all the days that I wasn't a good dad, where I just ignored him. Dude, I've just been thinking about yesterday how, like, he probably went days sometimes without me playing with him. Multiple times. I wouldn't doubt it. Looking back on how busy I would get with this shit, especially. Looking like I'm staring at a damn wall. Oh, goddamn. I can't really let him sit in my lap too much longer, because to be honest, my ass hurts too much. Isn't that fucked up? I can't do it. I gotta right. Sorry, dude. Alright. I think I might have surgery soon, though. I actually talked to my dad a little bit about it last night. Sorry, I had to get his medicine. I should have told you. I had to, like, make it to certain size. Ears are hot to my lips. I guess that's normal. His temperature, cat's temperature is higher than ours. But alright, I anticipated having to do that, dude. I just wanted to start the stream because this dude was starting to talk. I needed to go time it. I was like right there. I get everything ready pretty much. Like even this, look, there's something under here because I know that this stream always does this, and I have to get the new one because then I got stuff. This is actually live happening. So when I do that, there's something already there. You want to pop it out? Boom, pop it back in. Just cover that back up. I got that back there at all times, ready to go. All this was ready, and then this dude started, and I was like, "Oh shit, time to go." Okay, we're going. Yeah. I should have like a phone stream that shows everything that I have to do, just to get a stream up. It's stupid at this point. Are you ready to see this, man? Oh, I didn't say hi to everybody. Or an asshole. I'm such an asshole, huh? I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. I should listen to that while saying hi to you guys, but there's not enough of you. Yo, E.T., welcome. First one here, I see you, man. Were you the first one here, followed by Ted? Good morning, guys. Anybody anywhere else? Sister T, good morning. Morning, Sister T. God at the hospital. Oh, you want to hear that? Oh, there's a drone. We have a drone, people. Who else? So Bubba's here. Don't turn that. I don't know who it is, man. Bubba's here. Alright, let's see. Breaking news. What? Yo, I need to hear everything you say.
Now, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon, is speaking.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Hezbollah.
I'm smart.
How am I so smart? It just absorbs into me.
Allah says in the noble Quran, in the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful, if something good happens to you, something bad happens to them. We are hearing these verses today, these verses that were brought down 1400 years ago, but today we can see them translated in our countries, in our territories.
That's a lot of people.
If something good happens to you, something bad happens to them. If a tragedy befalls you, they will say that a blessing has befallen them, and they will be joyful.
Whoa.
Say, nothing will happen except that which is written by Allah, for He is our Lord, and the believers must rely on Him. Say, our enemies look upon us, and we look upon our enemies, so that God strikes them down with suffering by Him or by our hands. Allah also says in the noble Quran,
فإنهم يألمون كما تألمون
If you suffer, so will they suffer.
الله ما لا يرجون وكان
You will pray to Allah, and they will not.
الله العلي العظيم.
Allah is indeed truthful.
هذا اللقاء المبارك
In this blessed gathering today,
فيها مقاطع. المقطع الأول
I will be addressing a number of topics.
تعازي وتبريكات
First off,
كلمات المواساة
I will be offering my condolences.
بأصحاب المناسبة.
Second,
مقطع
I will be talking about those whom we celebrate today. And then I will be addressing the battle that is raging today in Gaza, Palestine, and all over the region. And lastly, I will be addressing the situation in Lebanon, the battle in Lebanon, from Lebanon, against Lebanon, as well as the latest attack in Beirut's southern suburb.
أولا
That's the one.
يجب
That's
أن
Hamas's
نجدد
second in command.
First off,
تبريكنا وتعازينا
Got
once
killed.
again, we offer
Said they're
our
gonna pay for it.
congratulations and condolences
الشهيد القائد
given the martyrdom of those whom we celebrate today,
ورفاق
our noble martyr Haj Qasim Sulaimani and his companions, the other Iranian martyrs who were with him and who fell with him in Baghdad, as well as the great commander martyr Haj Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, his brothers and his companions, the Iraqi brothers who fell as martyrs with him on the airport road in Baghdad. We offer our condolences
يجدد من لبنان
to all of their families, and once again from Lebanon we offer our deepest condolences and our sincerest congratulations. We offer our condolences because we have lost loved ones, and we offer our congratulations because they received the greatest blessing from Allah.
حصل اليوم في جوار الموقد الطاهر
Another thing that is relevant to today's occasion is the events that transpired today in an area adjacent to the final resting place of Haj Qasim Sulaimani, where the people who were visiting his resting place and celebrating the occasion, including men, women, and children, were targeted. As a result, a large number of martyrs fell. And according to the latest update I've received, we have over 80 martyrs and 160 wounded people. And we offer all of their families our sincerest condolences. They are martyrs on the same road. They are the martyrs of the same cause, of the same battle that was being waged and fought by Commander Haj Qasim Sulaimani.
الأفراح بالأحزان
These days, grief is mixed with joy. However, this is how we've always lived, and this is how we will always live.
اللبنانيين خصوصا عيد ميلاد السيد المسيح
We celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, with our Christian brothers and our Muslim brothers and everyone as well. His return to the world is a beacon of salvation to all those who are oppressed in this world.
للجميع بداية
We also like to congratulate everyone on the beginning of the new Gregorian year,
Bro,
and
bro,
we
I
call
wonder how many of those dudes in there could have people killed like that. Like, I don't know, man. Those look like some serious dudes. It's crazy.
upon Allah to aid us all and help us all to overcome the various challenges we face in our daily life.
Probably.
Security challenges, political challenges, economic challenges,
العام أفضل مما كان
and we hope that this year will be a better one compared to all previous years.
لكل المسلمين والمسلمات
We also offer our congratulations to all Muslims, particularly
مولد
to
الزهراء عليه السلام
all females in our nation, for the birth of Our Lady Fatima,
Who's that?
ابنة سيد الرسل
Fatima.
the daughter
What?
of the most noble
They got like
of
a female
prophets and
Jesus?
messengers, who was and will
Fatima.
always be
الجنة
the
Lady Fatima.
number one lady of the world and paradise. And now, condolences.
Fatima.
We offer our
Oh,
condolences
Mary. I see.
as
They
a
call
result
Mary
of
Lady
the loss
Fatima.
of a dear brother and one of the founders of
I didn't know,
our
man.
Blessed
Fuck
March.
you.
He is the
Asshole.
martyr of
Stop looking at me
jihad,
like
the
that.
martyr of resistance.
Looking at my nipples?
Hajj
Was that
Muhammad
it?
Yaghi Abu Salim. We offer our condolences to his family. We offer our condolences to all of our brothers and sisters, particularly to our people in the Bekaa region, whom he spent all his life serving. And here I must note that Hezbollah will be organizing a celebration on Friday afternoon. And if Allah allows
When?
it,
Wait, what? Damn, I missed what he
I
said.
will be at everybody's service and I will be speaking at this celebration, and this will hopefully help
Gosh,
me.
what did he say?
And if Allah allows it, I will be at everybody's service and I will be speaking.
Wait, I missed it. There
Hezbollah
we go.
will be organizing a celebration on
Friday.
Friday afternoon.
Friday. You ain't got no job.
And if Allah allows it,
What's today? Oh
I
shit,
will
2
be
days?
at
Wait.
everybody's service and I
That's
will be
tomorrow for them,
speaking
right?
at this celebration, and this will hopefully help me
Wednesday.
divide up the various topics that I wish to address today in order for me not to take too much of your time. As a result, I will be addressing a number of the topics I was wishing to address on
Hey,
Friday.
what's up, baby?
It's been a long absence, and
What's
during this
going
absence, we
on?
let the battlefield do the talking, but today I will be splitting the topics I
doing
will be
that?
addressing between today and
do they, though?
Friday. I also
they?
offer my congratulations
Are they the
and
same people?
condolences for the martyrdom.
Oh, they
of
definitely
our
don't
brother,
want Christians
Sayyid
around,
Wali
though. Let's be
al-Musawi,
real. What is?
who
Yeah,
fell
hold
as a
up.
martyr a couple days ago.
What is the deal with that? What is the deal with why? I don't get it. Because they're all infidels, right? If you're not Muslim, you're infidel. So Jesus wasn't a Muslim. How do they consider him like a do they think he was a Muslim or something? Is that what it is? They must, dude. They must accept him as one of theirs, and that's why his mom's got like a special name in their language. What was it again? Lady Fatima or Lady Fatima or what? Anyway, so they believe him actually as possibly being a Muslim prophet. I gotta look more into this.
In Damascus, as a result of a Zionist airstrike. He was a friend, he was a mujahid, and we have known him for over 30 years, during which he was with us as a mujahid, as a supporter, as a backer. And he always loved to be addressed as the servant of the
They're in the
resistance
Quran,
and the servant
so
of our glorious march. We offer congratulations and condolences to Imam Khamenei, to his noble family, to our dear brothers in the IRGC command in Iran, to the dear people of Iran who are offering sacrifices and who have not stopped offering martyrs since the beginning of their revolutions in the early 60s until today. And now, speaking of the latest event, we offer our congratulations and condolences in our brother, the great commander, Sheikh Saleh, deputy head of the Hamas Movement Political Bureau, as well as his companions, the cadres and the commanders of Hamas, who fell as martyrs yesterday as a result of a blatant Israeli aggression against Beirut's southern suburb.
الحاج قاسم
on the same night where Hajj Qasim and Hajj Abu Mahdi also fell as martyrs.
حماس
I offer
إسماعيل هني
my condolences to my brother Ismail Haniya and to all of our companions in the Hamas leadership, the Al-Qassam leadership, and Palestinian resistance factions, as well as the Palestinian people. I offer my condolences to Sheikh Saleh's noble family and to the noble families of all the martyrs who were with him and fell with him. I offer to them my condolences and my congratulations, and may God grant them patience and fortitude, and they have shown that. And may Allah accept all of our martyrs with His great mercy and blessings.
المقطع الأخير إلى حادثة الاغتيال
I will be going back to the assassination incident and the martyrdom
think they
of Sheikh
might
Saleh later in my
consider
talk. Sheikh Saleh was a great jihadi leader
Jesus
who
is one of
spent his
them.
youth and spent the majority of his life since he was
في الجهاد
a teenager until his final day. He spent most of his life in jihad. He spent most of his life in resistance, in combat, in captivity, in jihad, until finally Allah the Almighty granted him this blessing, granted him this great martyrdom.
Because I'm sorry, because listen, this is a direct quote from, I'm listening to him, and I know he's talking about a dude that died and how awesome he was and shit. So I am most close to Jesus. This is what Muhammad said, Son of Mary, among the whole of mankind in this worldly life and in the next life. And it said, he also is said, prophets are brothers in faith, having different mothers. Their religion is, however, one, and there is no apostle between us, me and Jesus Christ. So, you know what I mean? They don't see him as being a Christian or an infidel. They see him as being a prophet and a brother of Muhammad's, because he said it. So that's interesting. Why don't they look at Christians the same way?
I remember when Sayyid Abbas,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sorry. Sayyid Abbas, we'll get to you. They do let Christians live in Gaza, but their numbers are dwindling, and they are now going to be even lower because more of them are fleeing due to all this shit. So, and they like that. They want that. They want I don't know if it's not really a genocide, but they want they want to have all of it to themselves. All of it, not just Gaza, you know.
was martyred in the cable that was sent by Imam Khamenei. He said, the greatest thing that man can wish for and the most noble thing man can obtain is for
Martyrdom.
him to be killed by whom? By those who kill prophets. And this is the case for our martyrs who are falling these days. Also, in this first part, I must offer my condolences and my congratulations to the families of all martyrs, the martyrs of Gaza, civilians, women, children, men, the elderly, as well as the combatants, the heroes of the resistance to the West Bank, to the martyrs of Iraq, who fell as a result of the American aggression against the Mujahideen of the Islamic resistance in Iraq, to the martyrs of Syria, the martyrs of the military and the civilian martyrs who are falling as a result of Israeli bombardment in Syria, the land of the resistance, to Yemen, to the martyrs of the sea, to the great and noble martyrs of the sea, to our martyrs in Lebanon, the martyrs of the resistance, all resistance factions, the martyrs of the Lebanese army, the civilians.
Yo,
and
Israel
all
has
wounded.
martyrs too,
To
buddy.
all these martyrs who fell on the road to Jerusalem,
Martyr,
to all of their noble
everywhere,
families
martyr.
that remain steadfast, that remain resilient,
I know
that
that
remain
song.
faithful and remain reliant upon God. This is our situation in Lebanon, in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Palestine, in Syria, in Iraq, in Iran, in Yemen. We are hearing the exact same language. Late last night and today, we heard the mother of of Sheikh Saleh. We heard his brothers and his sisters. We are hearing the exact same things. People are relying upon God. People are accepting God's judgment, and people are expressing their willingness to sacrifice. They are expressing their pride in these martyrs. Here too in Lebanon, this is our situation. This is what we're hearing from the fathers and mothers of our martyrs, from their wives, from their sons, from their daughters.
That is definitely one of their favorite
the
words.
wounded who remain
Martyr.
steadfast in border villages, from those refugees who have been displaced from the villages, and from the heroic combatants who continue to wage battle on the front lines. And I tell you, contrary to what is claimed by the Israeli army, our combatants are still waging battle at the border. To all those, we pay tribute. We express our appreciation. We also express our love, our admiration, and our pride in them, in their faith, in their steadfastness, their resilience, and their sacrifices. And we tell them, be sure, be certain that your blood, your sacrifices, and your patience will only yield great results, blessed results that will bring good things to Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Iran, and the entire region and the entire nation, including those who did not take part in the fight. And now to the second part.
Ooh, now it's about to get better, right?
هلا ان شاء الله يوم الجمعه بنحكي اكثر.
I didn't know. Sorry, I didn't know they were going to do that.
Friday, we will have more to say to the families of our martyrs, the families of the displaced. Now, to the second part.
Who's doing that? Their mouths weren't moving, were they?
Hopefully on Friday we will have more to say to the families of our martyrs, the families of the displaced, and those who remain steadfast, because on Friday I will be addressing the Lebanese situation in depth.
Oh, look, there's women in there. They're all in the same area, though.
We are...
Wait, women and children are all in that area. There's not one man there. That weird? Whoa, whoa. Well, they're not that high def, I could tell already. But yeah, you can see, there is no man anywhere in here. This whole... Interesting. Men. Men, they were running that shit.
في غزة وفي كل ساحات وميادين.
We are looking today at what is happening in Gaza and all the battlefields of the world, and in every battlefield we remember.
Imagine if they did that here, dude. Oh no, women are over here. All the women and kids over here.
His pride, his enthusiasm, and his ever stronger presence.
Men would be freaking out. No, I'm sitting with my woman. What you talking about? We can't sit together.
Who fell today in Karman remind me of what Imam Khamenei once said. He said it seems that martyr Qasim Soleimani scares the colonial forces and the Zionists a lot more than Qasim Soleimani when he was alive. Today, we see Qasim Soleimani, the martyr, and that is why they are still pursuing him all the way to his final resting place, and they are killing his visitors. Qasim Soleimani, the martyr, whose martyrdom made his life stronger, more effective.
Well, there were probably people there that were terrorists they were trying to hit.
We see him in every battlefield. We see him on every front. We see him in the faces of our commanders, our combatants, our martyrs. We see him in our rifles, our missiles, our rockets, our explosive charges. We see him in children's tears. We see him in the patience of our women. We see him in this mythical
Who goes to a gangster's
resilience we're offering. Today, Qasim Soleimani is
other
present
gangsters.
in every aspect of this war. And what we are seeing today are the fruits of the sacrifices of this great jihadi leader, the sacrifices he offered for over 20
They were out there
years
crip
since he
walking
assumed the
probably and shit,
leadership
pouring out a
of the
40.
Al-Quds force and
Like,
the
here comes a drone.
IRGC, the Al-Quds force, which is responsible for liaising with resistance factions and resistance movements.
He had me at
representing
jihad.
Iran. Haj Qasim, of course, on previous occasions we said a lot. However, I would like tonight to address two main things in order for me to segue into the remaining topics and talk about Abu Mahdi as well. The first thing that I would like to talk about is the support that was offered to resistance movements in the region, as well as the countries of the resistance axis. However, the main focus was on resistance movements all over the region. His faith, his approach were as follows: offering support to resistance movements, strengthening them, offering them equipment, offering them training, offering them expertise, offering them manufacturing capabilities. And
He was an all-around
so
good
sincere
dude.
in his efforts
was like
that he made sure that all
Willy
resistance
Wonka
movements
mixed
accomplished
with
self-sufficiency.
Mr. Rogers.
As you know,
Mixed
when countries support movements, some
with
countries,
Ahmed
in order
Akbar.
to
Shalom.
continue assuming control
a
over
Jewish
these
Muslim,
movements,
nobody
do not
knew.
allow them to reach self-sufficiency in order for them to maintain control over their options
It's a
and their
mixture of a
decisions.
mixture.
However, Haj Qasim Soleimani talked to everyone. He laid out the programs, he laid out the plans in order to make sure that every single resistance movement achieved self-sufficiency and to make sure
Yeah,
it
but that's
relied
not good
after
for
Allah
us.
on its own
What do you mean?
capabilities, its own manufacturing,
Of
its
course he's
own
gonna
men,
die
its own
and-
experts, its own trainers, its own instructors, planners, its own minds. And in order for them to no longer require the support offered by the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is how he worked, and this is how he
Yeah, but
continued
that means
to
you
work.
could make your
To
own
take
missiles.
some examples
want all
from
of them,
today,
motherfucker.
because there are certain topics that we
We
must
ain't gonna
not
let that
address.
happen.
However,
Why don't
in
we just go in and take
Palestine,
Iran
for
out?
instance,
Can we do that?
particularly from
Holy
2000
shit, Iran's the
onwards,
biggest pain in the
Hamas,
fucking
the
ass.
Islamic Jihad,
If we could take
and other
Iran out,
resistance factions, but mainly
the other
Hamas
countries are
and
all
the Islamic
super low
Jihad.
IQ.
This is no longer a secret.
Look
Our
at it.
brothers and Hamas and the Islamic Jihad
Iran
are
makes
announcing
doctors,
that on every
though.
occasion and every single day. The support
They end up working
in
here.
terms of weapons, in terms of equipment, in terms of
I had one at the
expertise
VA.
transfer,
She was
exchange
nervous
of
about telling me, too.
expertise, capacity building, training, and so on and so forth. Today, those heroic accomplishments that we're seeing, those epic accomplishments that we're seeing on the Gaza battlefield
Ask where she's
are not the fruit of today, are not the fruit of what happened a year or 2 years ago. They are the fruit of sustained action that has been taking place over 20 years, and the fruit of efforts being made by Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, and other Palestinian factions, accompanied by Haj Qasim and other IRGC advisors. Another example is the resistance in Iraq, the Islamic resistance in Iraq. After the year 2003, when several factions and groups made of Iraqi youth took the initiative and decided to wage war against American occupation forces, they found in Haj Qasim Soleimani and the Quds force a supporter. They found in them shelter. They found in him someone who never hesitated to offer support in terms of weapons, in terms of capabilities, in terms of ammunition, training, transfer of expertise, and so on. And here, the martyr commander Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, and here we're talking about the period before the establishment of the Popular Mobilization Forces. We're talking 2003, 2004. Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis was a key key figure, along with Haj Qasem Soleimani, in coordinating the activities of resistance forces, communicating with them, and supporting Haj Qasem in liaising with the resistance forces in Iraq, those forces that eventually managed to accomplish a great and historical victory.
What? Hold up. Over who? Us?
In the same period,
they had a victory on us? And I was saying, no, I was Saudi Arabia.
The American occupation forces
do we
left
really not
Iraq.
win
Of course,
Iraq
they said that they left
at
Iraq
all?
as part of an agreement with the Iraqi government. However, what forced them into that agreement was the resistance that took place between 2003 and 2011. This resistance, this strong and capable resistance, those who waged it are known, and its main supporter is also known. And he never stopped supporting the Iraqi resistance, even though back then the Americans made all sorts of threats against him. They said that they were going to bomb the Al-Quds Force HQ in Iran. They also said they will be bombing one of Al-Quds Force camps in the city of Karash, and that they will kill Haj Qasem wherever they find him. However, not once did he hesitate in continuing to offer his support to the Iraqi resistance that made this victory. And those factions of Iraqi resistance that made the true core of the popular mobilization units, the popular mobilization forces.
This lady's wearing.
When ISIS, which was manufactured by the United States, was very close to invading Iraq
Nice
in an
car.
attempt to avenge the American defeat in Iraq and bring back the American occupation into Iraq. These are examples, and you all know what happened in Lebanon and other countries. The other thing that Haj Qasem focused on in his efforts, which was something quite creative and very important as well.
It's true. She just left her car there.
وهو إيجاد هذا
She must be
التشبيك
special, dude.
هذا الارتباط الوثيق
Was
هذه العلاقات
forming these strong links, forming these truthful
أيضا
links,
بين حركات
these genuine links between resistance forces and movements all over the region. This is yet another proof of his sincerity. The axis of resistance was built over the past few years. Now we can talk about resistant fronts, or the axis of resistance. Call it what you will. This is the general framework. This did not exist a number of years ago. This axis was formed, was established with the blessing of a number of parties of this axis. However, Haj Qasem Soleimani was the key figure who provided communication, who provided networking, who made sure
the internet has given these people
and who ensured constant
the ability to
and
talk to each other
amongst all parties. Why am I saying that this is another proof of his sincerity? Because any country that manages a large number of these movements and has
they move money around with crypto, dude. Bubba, did you see that dump today?
Might actually see it
Forgot about a movement.
to keep all these factions separate and to manage these relations with them through this central figure. However, Haj Qasem did not do that. He made sure to build direct ties, direct relationships, genuine relationships between all resistance factions in Lebanon, and Palestine, and Syria, and Iraq, and Yemen, and other countries.
You have a source for that.
And he did so by organizing meetings, by ensuring constant coordination, collaboration, exchange of ideas, exchange of expertise, and establishing a joint strategic vision of the region, the future of the region, and a vision for the conflict in the region. And this was quite a productive effort. And for that reason, the axis of resistance, and this is something that a lot of people don't know, the axis of resistance is not similar to other axes that are managed by a single person or a single authority that gives orders, assassinate here, attack there, escalate there, de-escalate there. This is not how we operate. The axis of resistance
وهذه من إبداعات الحاج قاسم
is the way that I just described it. And this is something that was accomplished by Haj Qasim Sulaimani. The axis of resistance is based upon strategic concepts, strategic principles. And here I would like to echo what was said by Haj Hussein Salami at the funeral of Sayyid Radi Musawi in Tehran. And he also presented the same ideas or the same understanding. Of course, there are clear concepts, there is a clear strategic vision in the axis of resistance. Enemies are well known, friends are well known, objectives are very clear. We all know what is our final vision of the region, what are the interests of the people of the region, where its security lies, where its safety lies, where its dignity lies, where its sovereignty and its independence lies. All of these things are clear. We have our vision of the United States, of the Israeli project. We have our vision of
made
the
the
region.
list.
However, every resistance movement and every country in the axis of resistance acts upon their own will. They make their own decisions. They decide whether or not they should open new fronts or close fronts. They are the ones who make decisions to go into truce or to go into war in line with a strategic vision and in line with national interests and national principles, because each and every one of us exists in a country. The Lebanese resistance operates in Lebanon. Syrian resistance operates in Syria. The same goes for Iraqi resistance, Yemeni resistance, Palestinian resistance, and so on and so forth. As per this creative formula, nobody dictates anything to anybody else. Nobody issues orders or commands. We talk amongst each other, we exchange opinions, we exchange advice, we learn from each other's experiences. However, we make our own decisions in our countries in a manner that is in line with the strategic vision and in a manner that is in line with the interests of our country and our nation. And this is what is happening right now in the Al-Aqsa flood battle, which I will be addressing shortly. Unfortunately, in the Arab world, a number of politicians, a number of writers, a number of media figures cannot seem to comprehend this fact. And for that reason, they continue to offer erroneous analyses and erroneous positions. Why? Because their positions and analyses are built on false information. For example,
Very well spoken. Have you noticed that?
Whenever our brothers in Yemen, or
Erroneous,
the
by the way.
great and brave commander Abdul Malik al-Houthi makes the decision to wage the Red Sea battle in order to break the siege that is imposed on Gaza, they cannot comprehend it. The one thing they can comprehend is that Iran asked Mr. Abdul Malik to do that, and this is not true at all. When Hezbollah opened a front on October 8th in support of Gaza, the only thing they could comprehend, the only thing they could envision is that Iran contacted Hezbollah and asked us to open a front in support of Gaza. And so, when Iraqi resistance combatants started their operations against U.S. occupation bases in Iraq and Syria, the only thing those people could envision is that Iran must have asked for all of this. Why? Because this is the way the world works. This is the way that people think, and we cannot blame them. Any country in the world that supports resistance movements or national struggle movements and offers them money, offers them weapons, be it deliberately or not, they always end up turning these resistance fighters and these resistance movements into lackeys, into tools who are extorted with money, with support, with weapons, and they are always threatened that their support will end if they don't do this, if they don't say that, if they don't respond to instructions, and this turns them into slaves to the country that is supporting them. In the axis of resistance, there are no slaves. There are only noble people and commanders, martyrs who achieve victory for their nation. This is our formula. And this is what they cannot see.
This dude's creating monsters right now. You know what I mean?
ذاتية.
People are going to be watching this later
Movements
and
operating as part of the axis of
deciding
resistance
the future.
make their own decisions based on their priorities and their vision. And this is the model that we follow today in the axis of resistance in our region. It is a unique model in the history of mankind and not just in this day and age. It is a model without any precedent. And for that reason, we actually pin great hopes on this model to help us accomplish victories, and it has indeed helped us deliver victories.
مشاه هذا المحور.
This is the front row have to be
Road that
VIP,
the
man.
axis of resistance
I
has
think
chosen,
those
and
are
for that
all
reason, in my first
somebody
speech
that
after
people probably
October
know.
7th, the famous
If you're in the
Friday
know.
speech, when I said that Al-Aqsa flood was a purely Palestinian decision, was a purely Palestinian battle, and a purely Palestinian objective that we did not know of, we were not trying to distance ourselves from Al-Aqsa flood, and we have not done so. And the proof of that are the martyrs that we're offering every day and the battles that we are waging every day. However, what I wanted to accomplish since that moment is to say, make sure Al-Aqsa flood and the objectives of this historical battle remain isolated from your delusional assessments and analyses, particularly when you link everything to Iran, the United States, and the Iranian influence in the region, and so on and so forth. Brothers and sisters, this is the road we've chosen. This is the approach, the creative approach that we've chosen. And most of the credit for this approach goes to Imam Khamenei and Hajj Qasim, who was faithful to that line of thought, who was faithful to that culture, who was faithful to all practical steps, who was faithful to that model, and ensured not to introduce any subjective thing to that model, because there was nothing subjective about it. He always put his focus on Islam, on Jerusalem, on those who are oppressed. He did not care for Qasim Soleimani. Qasim Soleimani did not focus on Qasim Soleimani, and this is the truth that we saw from up close. And for that reason, the road that these movements took led them to victory. The Islamic resistance in Lebanon, starting in 2000, in the July War of 2006, the resistance in Gaza, the liberation of Gaza, and waging all the wars that were launched on the Gaza Strip, the resistance in Iraq. Like I said, these days we celebrate the historical victory of the Iraqi resistance, and I've already said this and I'll say it again. This was a great day in the history of Iraq, a day which a lot of Iraqis do not celebrate. It was lost as a result of internal conflicts and dissensions. However, this is what we must all remember to ensure we pay our respects to the martyrs of the Iraqi resistance who gave their lives for the liberation of that holy land. The great resilience, the historical resilience in Yemen and in Syria were only made possible thanks to this axis, thanks to this approach and to this vision. However, one of the most important things about the axis of resistance, and one of the most serious challenges faced by the axis of resistance, is the challenge that we've been facing for the past few months, which is the Al-Aqsa flood battle. And then this brings me to part 3 of my talk. Al-Aqsa flood battle started on October 7th. As you all know, it was started by our brothers in the Al-Qassam brigades, and they were soon joined by their brothers in the Islamic Jihad and other Palestinian factions as well. There were a number of reasons that made Al-Aqsa flood necessary, and these reasons were stated by officials from Hamas, from the Islamic Jihad, and from other Palestinian factions. I also addressed some of these reasons in an earlier speech, and I also addressed all the suffering that was endured by the Palestinian people over 75 years, the prisoners who are languishing in Israeli prisons, the aggressions against the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the risk of displacing the residents of the West Bank, as well as the continued embargo or siege or blockade against Gaza. And today we are finding out that the real objective is to drive the Gaza residents out through internal conflicts and through pressure that is being exercised over their daily lives and their livelihoods. The reasons and the objectives were quite clear, and on October 8th, the next day, Hezbollah joined the battle along the northern border of occupied Palestinian territories and along the southern border of Lebanon. It is a 100-kilometer long front, and after that, our brothers in the Islamic resistance in Iraq joined the war by targeting the military bases used by American occupation forces in Iraq and Syria, and by directly targeting the usurping Zionist entity by launching drones against Eilat and other cities. Our brothers in Yemen then joined the war by launching missiles and drones against the Zionist entity. However, the one pivotal step that was taken by our brothers in Yemen was the challenge in the Red Sea, the efforts they are making in the Red Sea. That was a very wise step and a very impactful step. You all know the events that transpired during the war. You are keeping track of the war that is going on minute by minute. Over the past 3 months, we have seen sacrifices, we have seen murders, wounded people, homes that have been destroyed, people who were forced to leave their houses in Gaza, in the West Bank to a certain extent, as well as in South Lebanon. We have seen the great price being paid. We have seen the great dangers being faced. However, at the same time, we have seen the steadfastness, we have seen the resilience, we have seen the courage, we have seen the fight being waged, we have seen the resistance, we have seen the defiance that inflicted massive losses upon the enemy, and the refusal to surrender. And of course, the headline through all this was Gaza, followed by the rest of the factions that belong to the axis of resistance. In light of these two scenes, we have results. Of course, I don't want to get bogged down in details. Here, I would like to look at the big picture and look at the overall scene. When we look at the results, the importance, the greatness of the results and the accomplishments that have been delivered so far, and if we add to them everything that can be accomplished later, only then will we realize, only then will we be satisfied with the sheer sacrifices that we are offering, be it in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, as well as all other countries and resistance battlefields. Allow me very briefly to go over some headlines or some bullet points. I know that every bullet point we can go on about it for hours. However, I will try to cut it short. This is not what I want to say. This is what the Israelis have been saying, their generals, their former officials, some of their current officials, some of their writers, some of their strategic experts, Israelis, Americans, and the Arab world, the Islamic world, and these are some of the things that were also said by Imam Khamenei and other elites all over the world. I just want to show you all these sacrifices, all this blood that has been spilled, what results did they offer, and the impact of these results on Palestine, the Palestinian cause, on Lebanon and the entire region, but particularly on Palestine and Lebanon, and generally on the entire region. Let's go over them point by point. 1. Reviving the Palestinian cause after the Palestinian cause was almost forgotten and liquidated,
جديد في كل أنحاء العالم عن
and forcing
ذلك رجعوا يحكوا
nations all over the world to start looking at solutions again. And this is why nations are talking about the two-state solution again. If it weren't for Al-Aqsa flood,
When did they stop talking about it?
the Palestinian cause would have almost been forgotten, except for the annual celebrations that were being held. Second, the Israelis were betting that Palestinians would eventually get tired, they would eventually get desperate and abandon their cause. However, the Al-Aqsa flood battle proved that when the resistance conducted its act, and when the resistance showed this great resilience and offered these great sacrifices, it showed that the Israeli bets were false and that the Israelis entered a losing bet. The Israelis were thinking that the Palestinians will get tired, they will abandon their land, and that the new generation will forget about all of these things. However, this has been put to rest. It has been put to rest in Gaza. It has been put.
Dude, that neighbor that cuts my grass, the old dude, like the elder of the neighborhood, Mexican dude. I have to speak slowly to him because of the language barrier, and he drives one of these gold too. It's a Mercedes, right? Where it looks like this. This might not be a Mercedes. It looks kind of funny right here now. I'm noticing. What is this thing? They're wannabe Mercedes C-Class or something.
To rest in the West Bank, and it received a fatal blow, a coup de grace with the Al-Aqsa flood battle. Now it has become very clear to the Israelis that they are facing a people that will never forget about their territory, never forget about their history, they will never forget about their present, their future, and their holy places. And this is being expressed by the Israelis themselves. They are lamenting that after 75 years of suffering, 75 years of displacement, 75 years of very difficult living circumstances. 3. We are seeing rising levels of support to the Palestinian resistance and to the Palestinian people all over the nation, despite the massacres and despite certain attempts by some parties to hold the victim responsible, to hold the resistance responsible for what is going on in Gaza.
Yeah, they're the resistance, dude. And they don't have much land.
To take away any responsibility from the criminals, i.e. the Israelis, and this will have great impact
Criminals
for
are
the
the
future
Israelis,
of
you see?
Palestine. They were under the impression that all of these massacres being carried out in Gaza will make the Palestinians regret their positions, will make them lay blame on the resistance, on Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, and so on. However, polls have shown the exact opposite.
I believe
they
it.
have shown that
That they
support
support
for
it,
the
yep.
resistance, particularly for
Is
Hamas,
stronger.
has been on the rise. Even though Hamas is being held chiefly responsible for Al-Aqsa flood and for everything that has been going on, Hamas has actually registered the highest levels of support in its history among Palestinians and in the Palestinian territories. And this
They're the holy
is very
freedom
promising
fighters.
for the future of Palestine. Fourth, the image of Israel in the world has fallen. This image was built by U.S. media, it was built by Western media, and they were assisted by Arab media, or part of official Arab media. And this is very unfortunate, but part of the Arab media tried to present Israel or portray Israel as a country of laws, a country of democracy, a country that respects human rights. However, as a result of Al-Aqsa flood and as a result of everything that is going on today all over the battlefields, the image of Israel has fallen completely, morally, humanely, and legally. Today, people all over the world know that Israel is killing children, killing women, destroying houses, displacing people from their neighborhoods and their residences. They know that Israel is starving people, that Israel is terrorizing civilians and is waging the largest war of
Holocaust
genocide
people anymore. They're the ones that cause the suffering.
This this
They did
image
that.
has fallen,
They did
and
that.
this will definitely have a great impact on the conflict.
It definitely
and
will. As people get
everything
older,
that is going on
the
in our
youth,
region. Brothers and sisters,
man,
we have seen a
he
number
knows
of
it, dude.
polls
This is a
recently
long
in
game
the
for them.
United
It always
States,
has
in the
been.
United States, amongst American youth. As you are very well aware, the American
Crazy.
people
He's talking about it
usually
now.
do not watch Arab media, and
course
they
that's
spend
what's
their
happening.
entire life watching and
Western
listening
media,
to
yep.
U.S. media, which is controlled by the Zionists.
Yep.
However,
Well, pretty
in the
much. A
face
lot
of
of them
the
are.
tragedy that is happening in the Gaza Strip, in the face of all the children
We're
that have
watching.
been dying, all the women that have been dying,
watching.
and this is actually the blessing of social media. They wanted social media to destroy Islam, to destroy resistance. However, the opposite is what happened. According to the polls that we have been seeing recently, over 50% of American youth not only support giving the Palestinians their rights, but over 50% of American youth say that the state of Israel must be dismantled and all of Palestinian territories must be given back to the Palestinian people. Who would have thought that the U.S.
Probably.
public opinion would experience such a paradigm shift? This is something that we need to focus on because it will have great impact on the United States and on the future of the cause. Fifth,
في هذه الأشهر الثلاثة وجه ضربة قاسمة لمصائب
what happened over the past 3 months dealt a severe blow to normalization efforts. These efforts were planning on circumventing the Palestinian people.
توضح للعالم
6.
طول بيلحقونا نحن
It became clear to the world. This is something we often hear in Lebanon. Respect the international community. Respect international resolutions. The Americans come here and they preach to us and they lecture us on international resolutions, and they are about to do that again. A number of Europeans, a number of Westerners, a number of Lebanese who sympathize with the West keep telling us these things. Respect the international community. Why do you guys want to be different while the entire world respects the international community and international resolutions?
جديد ولكن
In the Battle of Al-Aqsa flood, and more than ever, this issue has been brought to the world's attention. The entire world saw who continues to challenge the will of the international community. When 153 countries, including a number of great nations and a number of important nations, reach a decision in the United Nations for a comprehensive ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, and this decision or resolution is opposed by only 10 countries, including the United States, Israel, the United Kingdom, and others, and Israel ends up completely ignoring this resolution. Then we have the right to ask, who is it that respects the international community? Who is it that respects international resolutions? Name me one resolution that was respected by Israel. From the first resolution ever to resolution 1701.
المنظمات التابعة للأمم المتحدة ذات
As stated by the head of one humanitarian organization operating under the UN umbrella,
قدميها
Israel has made sure to trample every single international law in the past 2 months. Nothing was left. Of course, the Americans are with the Israelis in defying the will of the international community and seizing or controlling the will of the international community. 6. To talk about the Israeli perspective, we can see how important these results are.
التستراتيجي الإسرائيلي
Israeli strategic deterrence that was often touted by the Israelis, lauded by the Israelis.
الطوفان الأقصى وكل هذا
This strategic deterrence took a severe blow. The Israelis kept telling us that they were attacking Gaza in order to restore their deterrence. Israel's power lies in their deterrence. They scare neighboring countries, they scare the people of neighboring countries, and by doing so, they force everybody to surrender, to give up their rights, and to give up their privileges. This is how Israel operates. They rely on their deterrence, they rely on their ability to terrorize others. However, this deterrence started declining since 2000. It continued to decline with Gaza after the July 2006 war. And after the July 2006 war, they said they wanted to restore their deterrence. However, after the Al-Aqsa flood battle, after we opened fronts in Lebanon and Yemen, the strategic Israeli deterrence is collapsing. Why is it collapsing? Because Hamas and the other factions, when they made the decision to launch the Al-Aqsa flood battle in October, they were not deterred. They were not scared. They were not terrified. They knew what the results were going to be. They knew what the Israeli reaction was going to be. However, it was worth the effort. It was worth the sacrifice. They were not deterred. The resistance in Lebanon on October 8th, when we decided to open a new front, we were not deterred, and we were never.
You are the turd,
and
fuckhead.
Even today,
Turd ass
we are
bitch.
bolder than before. We are
I'm gonna
more
get killed now,
willing
aren't I?
to wage war than before. In Yemen, when the resistance factions made their decision, they were not deterred. They were not scared. They did not care about the Israeli reaction. And this brings us to the American deterrence. The Israeli deterrence was not sufficient, so they resorted to
He's
American
definitely the
deterrence
turd.
and American flotillas. However, even the American deterrence
I know
was
it's turd
not
when I
enough.
smell
It was not enough to deter the resistance in Iraq, the resistance in Lebanon, the men of God in Yemen. It did not deter anybody. And for that reason, the Americans are now leaving without any results.
We are leaving.
We have a collapse.
It did deter because they didn't shoot a
the
shit ton of
strategic
rockets, dude.
deterrence capability. 8. The fall of intelligence superiority. People often think that the Israelis know everything. They have information on
You have a
everything.
penis?
However, that is not true. And this was
Awesome.
proven by the Al-Aqsa flood battle. 9. Following the July 2006 war, they established the Vinegrad Committee. They conducted studies, and they revisited and rehashed a number of their strategies and doctrines. However, I would like to state one sentence that they said. They said, from now on, if Israel goes into a war, it will go into the war either to deliver a clear and swift victory or not. This is what Ehud Barak said, and this is what the chiefs of staff said, and everybody who came after Barak. Okay, we've been waging war for 3 months now. Let's talk about Gaza, just Gaza. There has been no victory, no decisive victory, no quick victory, no swift victory, and no clear victory.
Bro.
Even worse, no one in the Zionist entity can claim that so far they can see a victory in any way, shape, and or form. Of course, they're trying to portray what happened yesterday.
destroyed
as a
so
clear
many
victory,
tunnels,
and I'm talking
dude.
about the assassination of
No.
Sheikh Saleh.
Oh.
However, where's their victory?
Look at this. I haven't showed this on stream yet. Perfect time. Almost tunnel destruction. Check this out. Wait, there's no audio? There's no audio. I don't know. I didn't realize there was any audio. But still, though, man, we're going to see what they be doing out there. So they go in the tunnels. It's only a minute long. They're like, make the fuck out of here because we're about to blow this shit up. And they wire it all up. All that work they put into it. All the materials that they have to get again if they want to do it again. Because they were getting a bunch of concrete from UNRWA through the UN to help build stuff. And it was going... It was like, who was giving it to them? Egypt? I forget now. Show us the explosion. Where's the explosion? Here it is. So they're doing that. And this is from, what, 4 days ago.
In Gaza, where's their decisive, swift, and clear victory in Gaza? 10. The failure of the Air Force to end the battle.
لكل اللي بيفكروا بعدين باستراتيجية.
even in a small area such as the Gaza Strip. And this is something very important to us and to all those who have defense strategies. 11, which is a very serious point in the light of Al-Aqsa flood battle and everything that is going on across all battlefields.
ثقة شعب الكيان يعني.
The people of the Zionist entity no longer trust the Israeli army, no longer trust the security apparatus, and no longer trust their political leadership. And this deals a blow to the essence of Israel's survival.
ما بدي استعمل
It was already like that,
غير
though.
مناسبة.
It's going to be like that in any
Today,
country.
There are people
إنه الإخوة في حماس
whose ability to comprehend does not go beyond
طوفان الأقصى يؤسس
these lines. Some, when
إسرائيل ويضعها على
some people hear that Al-Aqsa flood is the beginning of the end for Israel, and they laugh about that because that's what they see. However, I tell you today, Israel is a country that cannot survive if they lose their security. Their people cannot stay because their connection to their land is false. Their connection to the land is fabricated. Their connection to the land is not genuine whatsoever. As you all know,
لما بده يجمعوا اليهود في بلد
when the Zionist movement wanted to bring all Jews to a single country, they were looking at Argentina, they were looking at Uganda, they were looking at European countries, and they were looking at Palestine. Palestine was one of their options. It was the English that brought them over to Palestine. All over the region, we have real countries. Lebanon went through a 30-year civil war, but Lebanon
They were already
remained, and the
living
people
here.
of
Some were
Lebanon
already living here,
remained.
though.
There was
Or there.
a long war and a number of tragedies in
Before.
Syria, but Syria stayed, and the people of Syria stayed. The same thing applies to Iraq, Yemen, and so on and so forth. However, that does not apply to Israel. They're a fabricated entity. They're people, they're a patchwork of people who were brought together from all over the world. They all have dual nationalities, and their bags, their
That's a
travel
good-
bags are
that's a good
ready.
point,
Their
though.
connection to their
They-
land is built
They
on
do have
security
all have
and
dual
built on
nationality.
the fact that
But
this is the
supposedly they all
promised
got
land.
pushed
However,
out.
when this is no longer their promised land and
A
when
long
they start
time ago.
lacking security, it's over. Why did I address
guys?
several points? Because this is our
by the
vision
Christians.
for the future of Israel. We see all these
Christians.
Zionists packing their bags and leaving through the airports, through the seaports, through land borders. This is what we see.
هذا هو المشهد الآتي.
This is
طوفان الأقصى
the
أسس
future scene. This is what's coming. And Al-Aqsa flood continued to lay the foundation for the scene. Do you want proof? Okay. Their current war minister, Gallant, a lot of people are echoing his statements, but I will tell you what he said. He said,
أعلنوها اللي هي شو القضاء على حماس.
our objectives for this war are to eliminate Hamas and bring back our captives alive without any negotiation, as well as maintaining control, security control, and administrative control over the Gaza Strip. And he said, if we do not accomplish the objectives of this war, we will be in a different situation where the problem will not, well, the problem
في غزة مش بس
will be that our citizens are no longer willing to live not just in the Gaza envelope or along the northern border with Lebanon. So the problem will not just be about those settlers who escaped from the Gaza envelope or from the settlements in the north. He said if we do not accomplish the objectives of the war, people will no longer be willing to live in this country. Why? Because we do not know how to protect them. So in a way, he's saying if we do not accomplish the objectives of this war, we have lost the one important essential advantage upon which the survival of Israel rests. And I tell him, God willing, you will not manage to accomplish the objectives of your war.
هنا يسقط أيضا مفهوم الملجأ الآمن لليهود.
And here another concept falls, which is the concept of a safe haven for Jews all over, for the Jews of the world. There's an idea that says, Jews of the world, you are not safe. You are only safe here in Israel.
وما يجري على
However, the Al-Aqsa flood battle and everything that's taking place across all battlefields, but mainly in Gaza. What is happening in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, and all over the region has dealt a severe severe blow to this foundation of Israel and has brought down this theory of safe haven upon which millions of Jews have immigrated to Palestine. And now we are seeing immigration in the other direction. Hundreds of thousands of Zionists left the land of left the occupied Palestinian territories. 12. The image of a capable Israel was broken. Israel was trying to portray itself or to present itself to a number of Arab countries as a protector, as a nation that will be defending them, that will be sending its air force, that will be sending its Iron Dome. They were talking about their security apparatus, their intelligence, their technology. However, that image has fallen. And now Israel actually needs someone to protect it. Imagine what Israel would have done if the Americans and their fleets did not come to the region. They needed U.S. intervention from day one. 13. The size of direct losses on a number of levels. Unprecedented losses. The dead, the wounded, the disabled. The numbers that are being announced are much smaller than the actual numbers. In the front, across our borders, they are not recognizing, they are not admitting all the numbers of soldiers who are falling, and they are in the thousands. I will be giving more details on that on Friday. The number of military vehicles and the number of tanks that are being destroyed every day. The psychological situation. Yediot Ahronot said that one of the results of the Al-Aqsa flood battle is that 300,000 new people have sought therapy, have sought psychological therapy. So, you want to stay here? That's very difficult. Here, it's going to be very difficult for you. If you want to be secure, if you want to feel secured, you have an American passport, go back to the United States. You have a British passport, go back to the UK. Here, you don't have a future. And from the river to the sea, the land of Palestine is for the Palestinian people and for the Palestinian people only. The resilient Palestinian people, the Mujahideen.
الأوضاع النفسية المغادرون الهجرة العكسية.
So, their psychological issues, hundreds of thousands of people leaving their country, and they continue to conceal the real numbers. They keep talking about 60 to 70,000 people in the north. However, the other day, Netanyahu had a slip of the tongue and said 100,000, and then an American newspaper citing Israeli officials talked about 230,000 displaced people from the north and the Gaza envelope. The economic results, their economy has been disabled for 3 months. They don't have tourism, they don't have industry, they don't have agriculture. What is Israel without its economy? The financial cost is estimated at tens of thousands of dollars. This is something that cannot be rectified by American financial support. 14. Of course, what is happening in the Red Sea has had great impact upon the Israeli economy. 14. The Israelis have failed to accomplish all of their objectives. Today, the Americans are telling the Israelis to withdraw from the cities. However, this is not because the Americans are worried about Palestinians, it's because they're worried about the Israelis. I believe our brothers and the Palestinian resistance want the Israelis to stay in their cities so that they continue to strike at them morning and night, so that they can continue destroying their tanks, destroying their APCs, and continue to kill their soldiers. They have failed across the board. They didn't manage to bring back any of their captives alive. They did not manage to impose their political will upon the Gaza Strip and upon the future of the Gaza Strip. Another result that was very important as far as Israel is concerned is the deepening of internal dissensions and divisions. Just wait a little bit. It's not just among various parties, it's even inside of their parties. Everybody is holding knives behind their backs. When the war ends and when inquiry committees are established, we will see what Israel will look like after the Al-Aqsa flood battle. 15 or 16, I'm nearing the end here. The American scandal. Some neocons who carried out horrific massacres in Iraq and Afghanistan, made sure that President Obama was elected. He was a member of the black community. He was a Muslim. His father's name was Hussein. And they tried to polish their image in the Arab and Islamic world. And then came the Arab Spring, and then came ISIS, which they built, and then they promptly presented themselves as the protectors of the Iraqi people against ISIS. So they tried to polish their image. However, one of the most important results of Al-Aqsa flood was that it destroyed this American image and presented the true image, however ugly it may be. Because today, it is the Americans who are killing Palestinians in Gaza. It is U.S. policies that are causing the death of Palestinians in Gaza. It is U.S. ordnance that is being used in Gaza. It is the Americans who are preventing the end of the war in Gaza.
I'm sitting here.
It is the Americans who are preventing the end of the war in Gaza. It is the Americans who are using the veto at the Security Council. And even their official spokespeople are saying that Israelis are not deliberately killing civilians. Well, 22,000 martyrs, mostly women and children. What are they? Collateral damage? But this is what official American spokespeople are telling us. The U.S. have shown us that they do not respect the international community. They do not respect international resolutions. They do not respect human rights and values. And the last thing I will be addressing, the last bullet point I will be addressing before the final part, which is not long, is a lesson to us all. What happened in Gaza is a lesson to all of us because it showed us, it demonstrated that international institutions, the global order, and that international law are not able to protect any people. They are not able to protect anybody. I want you all to memorize that. To my fellow Lebanese, we still have some Lebanese people, in the light of everything that's going on in Gaza, 22,000 martyrs and nearly 60,000 wounded people, and the international community is watching. We still have people in Lebanon who are telling us, hand over your weapons. We are protected by international resolutions and the international community. Allow me to say the following. It is no longer about differing viewpoints. It is no longer about differing points of view. It is about some people being blind. And I'm not just talking about their vision, I'm talking about their hearts. It's not just their eyes that are blind, it's their hearts as well. What has this experience taught us? This experience has taught us that if you're weak, the world will not recognize you. The world will not protect you. The world will not defend you. The world will not mourn you. They will not even mourn you. The only thing that protects us is our force, our courage, our weapons, our missiles, and our presence in the battlefield. Only if we are strong can we force the world to respect us.
Oh, look at the women getting into it. Ooh, look at this little kid.
The siege against Gaza, despite all the suffering in Gaza, if Gaza had fallen in the first few days, everything would have been over. No one would have mourned.
Dude.
However, this great strength.
It's surreal to see so much, like, to see something so adorable in such a crazy fucking place, just walking around without a care in the world, doesn't have a clue, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, nothing at all. This is everything. This is what it's like everywhere. This is something that old, someone that old is experiencing. This is their entire world. Like, I can't even imagine there being anything outside of this little area that they live in. And it's all these people, or most of them, at one point. Then they realize there's something else out there. Doesn't have the drones. Doesn't have that buzzing.
Be it great moral strength or limited material strength that was exhibited by the resistance in Gaza, that was exhibited by the men, women, and children of Gaza, is a form of power that helped the resistant factions impose themselves upon the world. So now the world is thinking differently. The world is looking for solutions. Why? Because Gaza has shown power. It has shown strength despite the great suffering. And this brings me to Lebanon. Obviously, these are some of the results. There are other results, and there will be more results in the future. However, what I tell you is that everything that has transpired from October 7th until today, and everything that will continue to happen, has weakened Israel, has shaken the core.
What if her parents died in a bomb? She's definitely going to be a terrorist.
And just like our Palestinian brothers truthfully say, it put Israel on the road to destruction, which we will all see, God willing. And no one will be able to protect the Israelis. No one will be able to defend them.
No one will be able to defend them. However, we got the missiles.
To those sitting on Arab thrones, let them save themselves first. And this brings me to Lebanon.
We can start using the missiles for other things, not just defense. That's how you busted a cruise missile on y'all's ass.
This brings me to Lebanon, where I say the following. When we decided to open the front.
Oh, you thought we left?
October 8th. Allow me to be very truthful and very sincere.
We still want to be within firing range.
We opened the front as a service to Allah and in support of our people who are suffering in Gaza, and an attempt to lighten their suffering and lighten their load. This is what we've said before, and this is what we will be addressing again on Friday. However, these sincere efforts, these truthful efforts were built upon all the things that I said a while ago. Our decision took into account the strategic vision, the need to support Gaza, as well as Lebanese national interests. At the end of the day, we are in a country that is facing its own difficulties and its own challenges. So we made sure to take all of these things into account, and we opted for the formula that we are implementing on the battlefield. It is a very efficient formula. So far, we've carried out hundreds of operations, and we've offered a large number of martyrs, of wounded people, and we've offered a lot of sacrifices. We've achieved great gains that I will be addressing on Friday. This is all suspense for my Friday speech. However,
he's his own hype man.
Things are greater than the blessings that were granted by what happened on October 8th, and I must attract your attention to all of these great results. And these great results were demonstrated by everything that was said by the ministers of the enemy, particularly the ministers of the cabinet. On October 7th and October 8th, Israelis went crazy. They went crazy with rage. They feared for their survival, and Gantz actually called it their second war of existence, and this gave them some sort of national unity and allowed them to overcome the internal divisions. They called up their reserve forces until they had over 500,000 officers and soldiers. They brought all of their weapons and their entire arsenal. They brought it to bear. And
remember when they brought all the tanks in all like
American
it was a parade? They didn't even go into Gaza. They just moved them.
However, the resistance in Lebanon rushed to open another front, and this yielded great results. So, back then, in Israel, they saw a historic opportunity to destroy the threat, to destroy Hamas, the Islamic Jihad,
sat out there for like a week or two.
Gaza.
المقاومة في الضفة خلينا نمسحهم.
Not
mean, they
just
were
in Gaza,
shelling
but
them.
also the West Bank and even Lebanon.
ننتهي من تهديد
They thought this is our opportunity to end once and for all the threat of resistance in Lebanon, the threat of Hezbollah in Lebanon. They thought the entire world is with us, the entire world is standing with us and going crazy with us. The entire world can see us as people who are suffering and people who are oppressed, and this is a historical opportunity for us. However, this war on Lebanon was prevented by two things. First, when the resistance rushed to open a front, the Israeli enemy lost the element of surprise. If the Lebanese front was quiet, brothers and sisters, on October 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, you would have woken up in the middle of the night to see the Israelis destroying everything in our country because the international community stood with them. The entire world stood with them. This was a historical opportunity and they were seriously considering that. However, it was the resistance that opened the front. It was the resistance that did all of these things. The Israelis know that on October 8th and 9th, our entire missile arsenal was ready. We emptied out training camps and we were at the highest state of readiness and we were ready for war. And this cost them the element of surprise. And the second thing is the strength of the resistance in Lebanon, the greatness of the resistance in Lebanon, the bravery, the boldness, and the resilience of the resistance in Lebanon. You know that. And they are currently engaged in war with Gaza. And here it was the Americans who advised them not to go to war with Lebanon, not for the sake of the Lebanese, but for the sake of the Israelis. They knew that any war with Lebanon would be very costly and might actually threaten the very existence and survival of their entity. For that reason, they thought that what they started in Gaza would terrify the Lebanese. However, the most important message was sent by the resistance in Lebanon on October 8th and 9th when we chose to open the border front from the sea to the Al-Sheikh Mount, and we told the Israelis that we are strong, we are courageous, we fear no one, we are not
Europe has to
deterred,
stand with them, especially the UK. They're the ones that did this.
That could stand between us and defending our people. And
They're the reason we're here.
This is the message that we sent. And for that reason, they had discussions, they argued amongst each other, and they could not reach a decision. One of the Israeli generals has said more than once that he went to talk to Netanyahu and sat down with him and told them, do not go to war with Lebanon because this will lead to the destruction of Gosh Dan. Do you know what Gosh Dan is? This is actually the rectangle, including Tel Aviv, where 75% of the Israelis are living. The only thing that prevented Israel to go to war with Lebanon so far is that Lebanon has strength, Lebanon has resistance, Lebanon has men of
Lebanon,
God
go
waging combat.
fucking Lebanon. Okay, a little shout out he's giving them. Lebanon.
ما نقوم به على الحدود.
What we are doing along the border.
Are you okay?
هاي القوة للمقاومة مش موجودة.
If we did not possess the strength, so far we have carried out 700 operations. One operation was sufficient for Israel to go to war with Lebanon in the past. Why are things different now? Is it because Lebanon is weak? Is it because Lebanon is it because Lebanon respects the international community, international resolutions and all this nonsense? Or is it because Lebanon is strong and can actually strike back? We've been hearing a lot of threats, and just yesterday they attacked Beirut's southern suburb. And what happened yesterday is indeed very serious, because yesterday Sheikh Saleh and his comrades were assassinated, and that alone is a blatant and serious crime. And there's also a strike against Beirut's southern suburb, and this is happening for the first time since 2006. Last night there were a number of messages that were delivered, and then several Israeli officials told the media that they did not target Lebanon, they did not target Hezbollah. Their only issue is with the Hamas leadership, and they settled the score with the Hamas leadership. However, who believes that? Children, cowards believe that.
كل ما تسمعونه من تهويل وتهديد.
All the threats you've been hearing,
أنا هلا لا بدي هويل.
and we've been hearing a lot.
أنا بدي استند على كل.
Today, I will not make any threats. However, I will just say two things to end my speech. One,
نحن حتى الآن نقاتل في الجبهة.
so far, we are engaged in combat along the front in a very calculated fashion, and that is why we are paying a dear cost and offering a large number of our combatants as martyrs. However, if the enemy decides to wage war against Lebanon, our combat will have no limits. Our combat will have no ceiling. Our combat will have no rules, and they know what I mean. Our men, our missiles, our capabilities, our capacities, our threats, everything we've mentioned over the past few years. I don't need to talk about all of these things. I just need to tell them we do not fear war. We do not hesitate to engage in combat. If we hesitated, we would not have opened the front. We were threatened by the Americans. The French delivered several messages. The English, the Germans, everybody. Did that stop us? Did that deter us? Did that cause us to hesitate? Never. Those who consider war with us will regret it, God willing. War with us will be very, very, very costly. So far, we are taking the situation in Lebanon into account. We are taking Lebanese national interests into account. However, if war is waged against Lebanon, the national interest will call us to go into that war until the very end, without any limits. As far as yesterday's incident is concerned, the resistance has promised, even though those promises were made in different circumstances. There was no war. The situation was different. However, that does not change our promise. Yesterday's crime is blatant, it is serious, and we cannot remain silent in the face of this crime. We do not need to say much, and just like we said in our official statement yesterday, this serious crime will not go unanswered or unpunished. It will not go unanswered or unpunished. And the battlefield is there, time is there, the nights wait for us all, and I will see you again.
You've been listening to Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon, here on Al Jazeera English. His speech around about 1 hour, 20 minutes long, addressing a whole range of issues. We were waiting for him to...
Shut up.
Her baby, trying to flee for a safe area, but at the
It's kind of interesting. I saw this story pop up earlier.
Important to document and important to
spread in central Gaza. The chemical substance is often used for military purposes,
Oh, white
inflicting severe
phosphorus.
burns on people and producing thick smoke. That's forcing Palestinian families to flee from their homes. Hind Kadri has more from Nusret.
Not only that the Israeli forces are throwing leaflets on the people in Nusayrat, forcing them to evacuate, but they're also firing phosphorus gas bombs in different areas and in the concentrated areas, forcing people to evacuate. We have been seeing them here. More phosphorus bombs are being fired on people living in the area close to Ain Jalut buildings. Hundreds of thousands of people that evacuated from the north to here, and other people who have been already living in Nusayrat are evacuating. after the Israeli forces called them to evacuate this area and asking people to go to Deir al-Balah. As you see, all of the people are rushing so fast, trying to flee under fire. We have been hearing constant and endless artillery shelling, explosions. As you see, it's a chaos.
Dude, can you imagine having people like that in your city just standing?
They're taking their water tanks because they know that they won't find them anywhere. They're taking their blankets, they're taking their gas cylinders. This woman carrying her baby, trying to flee for a safe area, but
Not
at the end of the day,
babies.
she knows that no way, and there's no place safe. People are still evacuating.
She
Day after
knows where
day,
she's
more
going.
areas
That little
have
side
been
booty.
called by the Israeli
Side
forces
penis.
to evacuate, and the situation is escalating. This is
people-
Hind Khudri
these
for
people
Al
fucking-
Jazeera, Nusayrat.
She's ready to have another baby.
On to other news now. On former Sierra Leone President Ernest Bai
have agreed that they will.
That's Africa news. Who gives a shit?
Have been broader in scope.
They're not important right now,
Diplomacy
Africa.
To the extreme, bouncing from one country to the next, trying to find a way to calm down tensions, trying to find a way to coordinate amongst the various parties, whether it comes to hostage negotiations or what have you.
All the Houthis attacked another
sheep.
sheep.
It's not just to bilateral relations between U.S. and Israel. They'll be visiting Turkey. They'll be visiting Greece. They'll be visiting.
Oblique's going back out there too, apparently. That was probably yesterday, right? Well, I guess they're not as good at it as I thought, because they're not getting very many more ships. Now that we know what's going on. Oh. U.S. must plan for military strikes on land. What is this saying? A series of brazen attacks in the Red Sea and North Arabian Sea by Yemen's Houthi rebels against merchant shipping and U.S. Navy warships have royally, by the way, where is this from? Bloomberg, have roiled global shipping lanes. What the hell's roiled mean? R-O-I-L-E-D. Oh my.
Roiled.
Roiled. I don't have a translator or more than 15% of the world's trade passes through these vast waters, and many of the major shipping companies, Maersk, MSC, Evergreen, have put voyages through them on pause. These Houthi pirates are trained, equipped, and organized and directed by Iran. Unlike the Somali pirates of a decade ago with their rusty AK-47s, flip-flops, and small speedboats, these Houthis have modern helicopters, SEAL-like armament and skills, ground-based missiles, and are clearly operating with significant intelligence support in finding and fixing their targets. What? I can't read anymore? Oh, what? What's here? Why can't I read? Give me that. Did it just cut me off? Is this the new thing? They literally just like, they give you part of the article and then they're like, no, you gotta give us some money to read that, buddy. What's going on right now? What's the article? They just stopped there. They didn't even get to the part I wanted to read. I gotta look it up then. U.S. can strike. The Houthis are acting like they're gonna do something about it. Let's kill them, because we took out like 3 of their boats at least. I wonder if they're gonna try something now that we're pulling our carrier back. Or we're pulling one of them back.
Well, so international commerce between Asia and Europe goes through the Red Sea. Daily you have 1,000 ships.
Which is why this is so foolish, which is why this makes no strategic sense, and one wonders what the thinking was in Tehran to the extent the Iranians were involved, and even in the minds of the Houthis, putting at risk the deal they had with Saudi Arabia, which would seem to be to their advantage. Again, the only thing that can be said is in the decision-making by the Houthis, or for that matter, Hassan Nasrallah, for that matter, Yahya Sinwar, there is an element of messianism and religion that is simply a wild card and meshes with cold strategic calculations in ways that are sometimes hard to untangle and hard to understand.
Right. I agree with you, Owen, but there's another possibility that the current situation only pushed forward or only expedited the agreement between the Houthis and the Saudis. And if we're looking at how the Saudis were talking, following these attacks, trying to bring de-escalation to prevent attacks against the Houthis, if following this agreement, once it's reached and finalized, it could be that this was all just arm wrestling to try and better their positioning in the talks with the Saudis, because if that is not the case,
I'm going to stop you. Daniel Hagari, the IDF spokesperson, is about to speak.
Good evening. The IDF Chief of Staff conducted a situation assessment today on the northern border with the commanders on the ground. They have recapped the readiness of the forces there in terms of offense and defense, and presented him the plans for the future. We are well prepared in the north and in all the other fronts.
That sounds like
we have attacked today
one of their newscasters.
Hezbollah terror infrastructure in the
lady with the hair
in southern Lebanon. Tank unit
I think that's
located
her.
or identified a terror squad and eliminated it on the spot. We are in constant contact, communication with the local leaders and the mayors and the civilians. There are no changes in the Home Front Command instructions. We continue to call you to adhere to the Home Front Command instructions as you did so far. In Gaza, in Khan Yunis, our forces keep on going underground in their operations there. It's an operation that takes time because we're using classified new methods of fighting. We will not reveal them to the enemy, but we will do it until we get to all the places, locations we need to get to. The fighting with terrorists continues above and underground. Even today, we eliminated terrorists in this area. We'll continue to expand this operation. In the center part of the strip, we continue our operations there. There are many face-to-face fighting with the terrorists. There are Hamas units there that are producing rockets underground with all sorts of mechanisms and technologies that are that belong to foreign actors such as Iran, and we eliminate those threats as well. We're also dealing with the threat of booby traps, all those attempts by the Hamas terrorists to target Israeli forces, IDF forces. Today, a tank unit identified such a terrorist who attempted to detonate a tank, and from the air we eliminated it. foreign actors, for foreign international countries are supporting our findings when it comes to the Shifa hospital. According all those findings, intelligence findings are supported by evidence, and have to do also with keeping the hostages there. And we'll continue to expose the Hamas tactics and methods, and we'll continue to eliminate and dismantle all their terror infrastructure there. And tonight we will reveal how we dismantled the terror infrastructure underneath the Shifa hospital without harming the civilian infrastructure there. We're still tonight, every day, in constant contact with the families of the hostages, and we update them with every single piece of information we have, and we will continue to do so to update them, and we will continue the military pressure and whatever we need to do in order to bring them back home. What is the estimation at the IDF to the expected response from Lebanon in the aftermath of the assassination there? Can you deny that Israel has nothing to do with the bombings today in Iran? I will not address those things you've mentioned. I can only say that we are focused on fighting Hamas. This is our focus. This is the IDF focus. We're focusing on that. There are clear targets, clear objectives for this war that we must achieve, and we'll continue to do whatever we need to do to achieve them. Alongside that, there are challenges also in the north, Hezbollah operations that are conducted that we are eliminating. And in other areas like the Red Sea and Syria, as we've seen just 2 days ago, we are prepared and ready. All the different fronts in defense and in offense. This is our readiness, our steady readiness, and we will continue to do exactly that.
Daniel Hagari, the IDF spokesperson, with his daily briefing, taking questions there as well. Jacques Naria, I'm coming straight to you. What stood out for you?
It's obvious that the IDF spokesman didn't even talk about the Hassan Nasrallah's speech. I mean, the central piece today, I mean, the major event that can change the whole region has not been addressed by the IDF spokesman. And he said, he continues on his course saying that we are fighting only Hamas. And he just forgot that Nasrallah on the other side heard exactly that message. He said, what are you saying to me? You hit a target inside Lebanon, inside a sanctuary of Hezbollah. So you're not fighting Hamas. You're fighting Lebanon, fighting Hezbollah. And he keeps on repeating, we're fighting Hamas. We're fighting Hamas. Whereas the situation, the reality is different. And this is something that is lacking in his presentation.
Yeah, but Jacques, obviously this is designed to do what Israel can, and I understand that Israel's tools may be limited, to try to get Nasrallah down from the tree, to try to give him a way down, or failing that, to be able to go out to the entire world in the day after a massive Hezbollah attack and say, we didn't start it. It wasn't us. It wasn't we who decided to escalate, Mr. Biden, Mr. Blinken.
What do you mean you did not start it? You just blew this guy inside.
But the Israeli case would be that it was not a Hezbollah target that was hit. It was a Hamas target, albeit, of course, in a Hezbollah stronghold, and albeit, of course, Israel has hit many Hezbollah targets over the course of the last number of months. And, of course, Hezbollah, as we well know, has fired into Israeli territory, without which there would be no reason for Israel to do this. But I think it's designed to lay the groundwork for Israel's public diplomacy strategy should there be an escalation, and I think it's the right thing to do.
I want to answer. No, that's okay. I mean, we won't enter here in the dialogue. That's fine.
What I would like to hear from you, though, is the focus on the elimination of Hamas and the mention of Shifa Hospital once again, the fact that Israel has maintained that there is a terror command center under it, and now there's evidence.
The translation was not exact. I mean, what the Hagari said was that the U.S. has agreed to the Israeli presentation of what happened in Shifa, and he said that the Hamas had evacuated all the equipment, all from that side before the Israel forces entered the hospital. So he just, I mean, the U.S. administration is quite with us concerning what was that Hamas used the hospital as a refuge and as a command post.
We are looking at images on the screen right now as you are talking about exactly that, the Shifa hospital inside the Gaza Strip. What Daniel Hagari did say is that Israel is prepared on all fronts. What Hassan Nasrallah said earlier is that since the opening of the fronts in Lebanon and Yemen, Israeli deterrence has collapsed. The American attempts to deter Hezbollah and its partners by sending warships to the region have also failed. Your insights?
Well, you know, I mean, how can you interpret the fact that the Americans are taking now a carrier out of the region, except by saying that the Americans are not they do not agree with the Israeli policy, and that and Israel, as Nasrallah says, has been left alone. What is the worst thing that when you are alone is that you are weak, and when you are weak, you don't have a voice in the world, and as such that we can attack them.
As Israelis go to sleep tonight on day 89 of the war, you said Hassan Nasrallah's speech was one of the strongest of wartime speeches you've heard from him. What is the concern right now? What does a response look like out of Hezbollah?
From what he says, this is something of big dimension. I don't know exactly, big magnitude. I mean, this is something that has to be similar to what happened in Beirut. So what sort of the action can be done? Is it through the Palestinian factions in Lebanon? He would say to the Palestinian factions, okay, you can attack Israel, you can just fire as many rockets as you want, or will he just direct some of his missiles to, let's say, the industrial area of Haifa? This is one possibility. I don't know, but this is the extent of the magnitude of what he believes that has to be done vis-a-vis Israel.
The arsenal that Hezbollah has is far more formidable than the one that Hamas has, to our knowledge. What is it?
This is a different ball game. Hezbollah is an army. It's an army of 100,000 combatants, the terrorists. This is an army that has been experienced in urban warfare in Syria for years there. They have been trained by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They have been equipped, financed, and I mean they have been digging all the area in South Lebanon in tunnels and labyrinths all over the place. This is a different ball game with Hezbollah. This is not Hamas, definitely so. I mean, when the war in 2006 was over, the Hezbollah had about 10 to 15,000 rockets. Today we are talking about 150,000 to 200,000 rockets that Hezbollah have, and some of them are with precision guarded the missile that can reach every single point. I mean, only a few months ago, Hezbollah, Nasrallah showed a map with the different targets that he might hit in Israel, be airports, military bases, Dimona, the factory, and so on and so on.
How worried are you about the response? Very briefly, we have just a few seconds left.
Well, we could be very short of the week of.
Holy shit! This guy stutters too much. He's putting me in sleep, dude. Stuttering Stanley, stuttering Stanley, stuttering Stanley, stuttering Stanley.
Thank you very much, as always, for being here in the studio, and thank you to our Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran. You're going to be staying with us. Thank you so much, Owen Altman. Appreciate your insights on this day. We're taking a very quick break. When we get back, our rolling coverage continues.
Juicy. You hear about this kid?
Take on Luke Humphreys
16
in the title
years
decider.
old.
The winner will pick up a check worth more than $500,000.
He's going head to
that is all
head
your sport for now. It's back to you,
against an
Sahel.
adult, 16 years old, and he could be the darts champion. That's crazy, man. All he's done his whole life is darts, probably. All I know is darts, baby. I don't ever try to get laid, 'cause I'm only 16, but I'm gonna get so much pussy. Now I'm the darts champion. Ew. What do you think? What do you think? Iowa caucus, Trump, 3 days from now, telling us how it is in Trumpsville. Trumpsville, USA. Dude, I want this Epstein list to come out so I can collapse Hollywood. Oh, Ain't No Sunshine to Your Gun is the song that got me on New Year's, by the way. That's the song that got me. You know, Bill Withers, man. He's dead. Those are the ones that get you the quickest, the ones that die. Because their family, is like assholes. Something. I don't know. Hey, don't be sitting on my car, man. You scratch the paint. Motherfucker. Hey. Dude, what you doing? I'm sitting right here. You sitting on my ride. That's my cheap pussy getting in the wagon. Thank you. Get the fuck out of here. Go save somebody's life or something with your capris. Capri you wanna be, he can be whatever he wants to be, baby. Yeah, I see a doctor. This dude's got a pager pocket. Where is it? Yeah, that's how you know. A pager pocket? Not official. I know what I look for. I know what I want in a doctor. That's to still use the pager. You still use a pager? You can be my doctor. I need you to use a pager, cause that matters. It should get a little beep 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 beep. Oh, that's pretty. Fireworks. Fireworks over Gaza tonight. Why do they always have fucking overly done music? Israel makes me want to sing to the news because they got these beats and I can't lose because listen to them, they are so smooth, baby. Oh, baby.
Welcome back to this breaking news edition. I'm Benita Levine. Dramatic developments out of Israel, Lebanon and Iran on this day. Hassan Nasrallah is vowing revenge, the leader of the Hezbollah terror group in Lebanon, speaking out on day 89 of the war between Israel and the Hamas terror group in Gaza. And just over 24 hours since the targeted assassination of a senior Hamas leader inside Beirut. Fingers pointed at Israel, although there has been no official comment on that precision strike inside a Hezbollah stronghold. 7 Hamas officials were killed, including the deputy abroad, Salah al-Aruri. Separately, in Iran on this day, at least 211 people killed in twin explosions near the grave of Revolutionary Guards General Qasem Soleimani in Kerman in the country's south. There has been no claim of responsibility yet. Concerns have been raised that this development could further exacerbate tensions in the region, tensions that have spiked since the Hamas terror rampage in southern Israel on the 7th of October. Meanwhile, rocket sirens sounding earlier in the south, close to the Gaza border, including in Storot, Ibim and Niram, and red alert sirens sounding too in northern Israel earlier, close to the border with Lebanon, including in Hanita, Rosh HaNikra, and in Shlomi. And so now it's a pleasure to welcome to studio Jason Greenblatt, former White House Middle East envoy and author of In the Path of Abraham. Sheli Tal Meron, member of the Israeli parliament from the Yesh Atid party, and still with us, our senior diplomatic correspondent, Owen Altman. Thank you all so much for being here in studio. And Jason Greenblatt, I'm going to start with you because you are here in the country and have just on day 89 of this war been to Kfar Aza in the south, one of the parts of southern Israel.
Israeli people, the Palestinian people, the broader region, and ultimately stability in the world. But they are in direct contradiction of his own government's policy.
All this guy been talking about.
You have nothing.
I have nothing but I have a little echo. I have an echo, but nothing to start with.
There is a bit of an echo.
Yeah.
Fixable?
Twice as.
All right, well, let's just start with developments in yesterday in Beirut and today in Iran, and whether that, or what you think of that, and those two developments, and whether or not that is in line with your wish to prevent the conflict from spreading.
Let me take them in order. Number one, with respect to the development yesterday, I will say that al-Aruri was a brutal terrorist who was centrally responsible for the attacks of October 7th, as well as other attacks against innocent civilians leading back to well before October 7th. With respect to the explosions in Iran today, what I'll say, we have been following the reports rather closely. We don't have any independent information to offer on them. We do express our sympathies to the victims and their loved ones who died in this horrific explosion. As I said, it's too early, at least for us, to be able to say what might have caused it. But I do want to address some of the irresponsible claims that I have seen circulate and say that, number one, the United States was not involved in any way, and any suggestion to the contrary is ridiculous. And number two, we have no reason to believe that Israel was involved in this explosion.
Why not?
We just do not have any information to believe that that's the case.
Did someone suggest that they were? I mean, other than the...
We have seen multiple accusations related to both supposed fictional United States involvement, and as I said, we have no reason to believe Israel was involved either.
And what about on Beirut?
I don't have an assessment to make about who was responsible for that incident. I'll leave it to the government of Israel to speak to their actions.
Okay, but so more broadly, though, are you concerned at all that either or both of these are going to, turn this into the regional confrontation, regional conflict that you had been publicly saying you wanted to avoid?
We remain incredibly concerned, as we have been from the outset of this conflict, about the risk of the conflict spreading into other fronts, both inside Israel, whether it be in the north or whether it be in the West Bank, or outside of Israel in other countries in the region, which is why you've seen the Secretary engage in intensive diplomacy to try to urge all of the relevant parties not to escalate the conflict, and other countries and other groups in the region not to escalate as well. I wouldn't say that our concern is any higher today than it has been from the beginning. It's been something that we've been intensely focused on. Sean, go ahead.
Just I guess it's the obvious question. You said it's ridiculous to say that Israel or the U.S. were behind the Iran blast. Who could be behind it? I mean, presumably you're not going to reveal intelligence here, but ISIS would be the obvious suspect. I mean, are there suspicions of other parties if you don't think it's true?
I just don't have an assessment to offer. It's too early, and we don't have any independent information that I can offer from this podium at this time.
Can I just pursue that? I mean, a bit what Matt was saying in terms of what this means for the region more broadly, having these attacks. I mean, is there concern about larger tensions rising, and what would be the message to the Lebanese government in particular, but also to Iran in terms of how to respond to these?
So, the message will be the same message that we have been delivering. Really, if you remember, if you go back to the immediate aftermath of October 7th, the president delivered a message that any adversaries of Israel who were thinking about taking advantage of this conflict should think twice about doing so and should reconsider. The secretary has delivered that same message in his 3 trips to the region, and he's sent that same message in phone calls with his counterparts in the region in the months since. It is also a message that we have sent when we have engaged with countries who have relationships in the region, often with countries with whom we don't have direct relationships. We have sent messages that these countries should deliver the message that it is in no one's interest. It's not in the interest of any country in the region. It's not in the interest of any country in the world to see this conflict escalated any further than it already is. And that's the message we will continue to send.
Can I follow up?
Yeah.
Just on the killing of the Hamas deputy leader, the head of Hezbollah said today that it was a major, dangerous crime about which we cannot be silent. Do you have any reaction to those comments, and how concerned are you about any reaction from Hezbollah?
So we have seen Hezbollah launching strikes across the border into Israel since, well, of course, since before October 7th, but we certainly have seen them ramped up since October 7th. You've seen Israel respond, of course. There have been strikes back and forth across the blue line going back for months now. It is why we have sent this very direct message to Hezbollah, to other entities in the region, that now is not the time to think of escalating further. And you've seen us take deterrent steps to deliver that message. You've seen us take diplomatic steps to deliver it, and we'll continue to deliver it. I don't want to respond specifically to every comment they make, because they've made comments in the past of similar nature, but we continue to believe it is not in Hezbollah's interest, just as it is not in Israel's interest, to escalate this conflict in any way.
And then were you given any advance notice about this action?
We were not.
Can I follow up on that, Matt? When were you informed about the strike in Beirut?
I'm not going to get into that specific detail, but we were not informed in advance.
And then on the explosions today, you said you both don't have any independent information, but also you have no information that Israel's involved. So are you entertaining the fact that Israel could have been involved? You just don't know yet?
We just do not have any information. We have no information to suggest that they were.
Have you spoken with Israeli officials since this
We
morning?
speak to Israeli.
They denied it.
We speak to Israeli officials multiple times every day. And I won't get into those conversations, but as I said, we don't have any information to believe they were involved.
And then on the hostages, last week there was confirmation that one of the American hostages had died in Hamas custody. Are there any updates on the other American hostages who are still being held?
They are not. There are still 6 Americans who remain unaccounted for.
Any updates on discussions over them?
No, we continue to work to try to bring all of them home, as we try to work to bring other hostages who are not American citizens home. It's a top priority for everyone in this government, and we will not rest until they are brought home. But I, as always, don't want to comment on those negotiations or those discussions from here. Yeah, go ahead, Said.
Thank you. You said that Saleh Arouri was a brutal terrorist and so on. So you think that Israel did the right thing by assassinating a leader of Hamas? I'm just asking you.
I will say that he was a brutal terrorist with civilian blood on his hands. Okay. And I will leave it at that.
Right. So Israel was within its right to conduct this operation.
I will let my comments speak for themselves. You can let your comments speak for themselves.
Okay, that's fine. Since our last briefing 2 weeks ago, I believe, there's been many Palestinians, or many thousands of Palestinians, killed, injured, displaced, and so on. How do you see this thing ending? I mean, do you see that Israel is achieving its goals, or its stated goals, which is to decapitate Hamas, change the leadership, go after them, and so on? Do you see them achieving those goals? Are we closer to an end game in your view?
So we are,
let's say 2 weeks ago.
So we are still in the middle of this conflict. Israel has talked about the fact that they will continue to prosecute it. You've heard us talk about the fact that we've engaged in discussions with them about where the conflict is going and when they may shift to a lower intensity combat operation. We will continue to engage in those conversations with them. They have killed a number of Hamas fighters. Obviously, the leadership of Hamas is still intact in Gaza. They continue to pursue them. It continues to be a goal that we believe is a worthy one. When and how this will end is not something I'd want to speculate on from here.
So you're saying that Israel should prosecute this war until these goals are achieved?
I'm going to say where I will answer that by referring to the principles that we've laid out for how we see the future of Gaza, and that is a Gaza that is under Palestinian governance, but in a Gaza that cannot exist as a launching pad for terrorists attacks against the innocent civilians of Israel.
Right. Can I have a couple of questions on the West Bank, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Now, you issued a statement yesterday on both Minister Smotrich and Ben Gvir and their statements and so on. You denounced what they said and so on. Are we likely to see any kind of consequences or any kind of sanctions as a follow-up on your statement?
So I never want to, and you should not interpret this to mean anything other than what it is, which is we never talk about any kind of sanctions, designations before they take place. So you should, and you should, as I said, it's a general rule that you should not over-interpret by my invoking it here. But we did think it was important to issue that statement because the rhetoric that we have seen from those two individuals was inflammatory, it was irresponsible, and it was in direct contradiction of the policy of the government Israel that has been repeatedly articulated to us, including by the Prime Minister himself. So we have been told that those statements do not reflect the policy of the government of Israel. We believe that is the correct decision. The Secretary has made very clear on a number of occasions that there must be no forced resettlement of Palestinians from Gaza, that Gaza is Palestinian land and should remain so. And we will continue to make that clear to the government of Israel, and we expect them to make that clear as well.
But, with Gaza becoming an unlivable place in many ways, this is a heightened likelihood, isn't it?
The humanitarian situation in Gaza is dire, which is why we are working, and we're working over the holiday period to try to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and why we will continue to make that a top priority. But what we hear in our engagements with Palestinian leadership, with Palestinian civil society leaders, with Palestinians, is that they do not want to be forcibly removed from Gaza, that they want to remain in Gaza, and that is a choice that we support, that we support and that we fully endorse.
And lastly, on the West Bank, we have seen a great many incursions in the last few days. Almost every night there is some sort of an Israeli army raid in some town. Yesterday there were like 6 or 7 towns and so on. What is your position on this? What is your take? Are you counseling the Israelis not, let's say, to raid places like the Jenin camp or Nablus or Hebron, the many places that they have done over the past few days?
So Israel certainly has a right to carry out legitimate counterterrorism operations, and we support their ability to do so and their right to do so. But as always, we urge them in carrying out those legitimate operations, those legitimate counterterrorism operations, to do so in full compliance with international humanitarian law. Nike, go ahead.
Follow up on hostage release. What is the U.S. assessment on the proposal by Egypt for the release of the remaining hostages after the Hamas leader said that those hostages can only be released on their term? And separately, if I may, how do you assess, what is the U.S. read on Hamas saying that it is open to one Palestinian government for Gaza and West Bank?
So again, as it relates to hostage, I'm just not going to negotiate in public. I don't think it's productive or useful for the situation to do so. We are going to continue to engage in quiet conversations behind closed doors to try to achieve the release of hostages. The work that we've done to date has resulted in the release of more than 100 hostages, and we will continue to pursue that work, but it's work we will do in private, not in public. As opposed to, or as it pertains to the second question you asked, look, we have said very clearly that we believe at the end of this conflict, what we ultimately want to see is Gaza and the West Bank reunited under Palestinian leadership. That said, Hamas is a terrorist organization, and we have made quite clear our position on Hamas, or I should say, we have made quite clear our position that Gaza cannot once again serve as a launching pad for terrorist attacks against Israel. That's not real security for the Israeli public, and ultimately that would not offer real security to the Palestinians in Gaza. If you see Gaza as a safe haven for terrorists that Israel feels compelled to respond to. So while we support a reunified government that includes reunified Palestinian territories under Palestinian leadership that includes Gaza and the West Bank, certainly there's no role for Hamas in that.
Can I also ask about the POWs swap between Russia and Ukraine? Or do you want to address that later?
No, I would leave it to those two countries to address.
So nothing to say?
I would leave it to Ukraine to comment on that. Go ahead, Shannon.
On hostage talks, has the U.S. assessed that a willingness to strike Hamas officials outside of Gaza might have a chilling effect on those talks or on Hamas's ability to communicate with important interlocutors like Qatar?
So Hamas has the ability to communicate with the Qataris. They've been able to communicate with them since the outset of this conflict. There are Hamas officials who are in Doha, and they know quite well how to reach Qatari interlocutors as well as Egyptian interlocutors, which is how we were able to achieve the first pause that resulted in the release of more than 100 hostages. As it pertains to a future hostage, the potential for future hostage releases, again, it's just not something I ever want to comment on in public.
So with Qatar, Egypt, you don't think that the strikes in Beirut will have any
Qatar,
kind of effect?
I would not want to speculate, but I will say Hamas knows the terms that are on the table. There were terms on the table under the previous pause that they reneged on. Stopped releasing hostages. They could begin to release hostages again. It would result in another pause that would make it easier to deliver humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza, and they have so far refused to do so. We, of course, hope that they will reconsider, but as it pertains to any specific points of negotiation, I don't want to speak to those in public. Janie, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt, and Happy New Year for you.
Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, thank you. Two questions. First question, the Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov pointed out that Korean Peninsula and Taiwan are areas at risk of conflict this year. What response is the United States preparing for this?
So I would just say that we don't need to receive any lectures from Russian officials who launched their own war about other conflicts. We have been actively working to try to bring conflicts to an end around the globe, and Russia should spare its commentary on those matters, I think.
On North Korea's Kim Jong-un recently declared at the Workers' Party plenary meeting that he would classify the entire Korean territory with nuclear force in case of emergency. At the same time, he ordered all communication channels to be eliminated. Even after this, will the United States still expect dialogue with North Korea?
I wouldn't say expect. We would still welcome dialogue with North Korea because we think ultimately dialogue would be the most preferred route to achieve the full denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. It'll continue to be our policy to pursue it, but as we've said on a number of occasions, we have seen no indication that the North Korean government is willing to engage in it.
Thank you. I have a question on Turkey.
Yeah.
Can you provide us an update on the process regarding the sale of F-16s to Turkey? As you might have followed, Turkish Parliament's Foreign Affairs Commission approved Sweden's NATO bid and sent it to the floor for the full vote. Is the State Department planning to send a formal notification to the Congress soon?
Let me say it this way. We certainly welcome the vote, and I believe it was a committee to advance Sweden's accession to the full parliament. We look forward to a final vote and seeing Sweden's accession ratified. we have made clear that we do not believe the sale of F-16 modernization kits to Turkey should be linked with Sweden's NATO accession, but there are members of Congress who have a different opinion, and that they have linked the two. So I don't want to comment about when we will be prepared to move forward. We have had obstacles in Congress because of the actions that Turkey has taken that we have had to navigate and work through. We have been trying to work through those as diligently as possible. But I will say that I think the best thing that could happen to lead to progress on on this issue would be for Turkey to take action as soon as possible to ratify Sweden's NATO accession.
We know that State Department and Secretary has been engaging with the Congress on this matter. Do you have anything to share with us on these talks? Any progress on these talks with Congress members?
Nothing but beyond what I just said in my previous comments.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. One question on the Iranian-backed groups on U.S.
I cut my grass and cleaned my yard yesterday of all the dead fruit. I like looking at it.
What the Iraqi government tells you on these attacks, as you are there,
my grass is so green and lush and pretty.
The U.S. forces in Iraq.
I let it grow to a good level before I cut it. I left it kind of shaggy.
What do they tell us?
Yeah.
So I will keep our diplomatic. We'll keep our.
My older neighbor even complimented me on it, the one that cut it before. He was like, "I can cut it more for you." I was like, "No, it's good."
I will tell you what we say consistently to the Iraqi government, which is that they have a responsibility to take action against any group that launches attacks against U.S. forces who are in Iraq at the invitation of the government of Iraq to engage in a very important counterterrorism mission, and we expect them to fulfill that responsibility.
I think it's winter grass.
I'm not expecting you to tell me any future attacks on these groups, but
Summer
what are you going
struggle.
to do in any cases that the Iraqi government could not stop these groups from attacking you?
Again, you're right. I won't comment. I like the way you said you don't expect me to speak about future actions and ask me to speak about future actions. I do respect the attempt. I am not going to do that. But I will reiterate what we have said before, which is while we expect the Iraqi government to take action against any organizations that target U.S. forces, we will not hesitate to defend ourselves when necessary, and you have seen us do that in the past.
And last question: today, some Iraqi officials, including Chief of Staff and also the acting Speaker of the Parliament, they step up. They walk on the U.S. flags on the anniversary of Qasem Soleimani's death. Do you have any comments on that?
No, I don't have any comment on that, on those specific actions. As I said, our forces are there for an important mission at the invitation of the government of Iraq to provide a counterterrorism mission that ultimately benefits the Iraqi people. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I expect you to answer me a good question about the United Nations new resolution about Afghanistan. Afghan woman is not happy.
Her hair, bro.
And they don't support it. Does the United States or State Department has any comment about this?
So we do support the resolution. The resolution's call for a UN special envoy for Afghanistan. It is our belief that a special envoy would be well positioned to coordinate international engagement on Afghanistan to achieve the objectives laid out in the resolution. We also think the resolution sends a clear message to the Taliban, to the Afghan people, and to the world. And it shows that the United Nations Security Council supports a process by which Afghanistan is integrated into the international community only by meeting its international obligations. But I will say, we of course also remain concerned about the Taliban's repressive edicts against women and girls and its unwillingness to foster inclusive governance. The decisions that it has made risk irreparable damage to Afghanistan's society and move the Taliban further away from normalizing relations with the international community.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Thanks, Matthew. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
A few questions. Was the U.S. involved in the UAE broker prisoner swap between Russia and Ukraine?
Again, I'm going to let Ukraine speak to that in detail.
Okay. Reportedly, the U.S. wants Ukraine to shift its strategy from total victory to being in the strongest negotiating position. Is this true? Is this?
I'm sorry. What was the who wants?
The U.S.
What was the who? Maybe just start again.
Ukraine shift its strategy from total victory against Russia to
get
a strong negotiating position.
No, that is not true.
Not true. Okay. And finally, does the U.S. have any reaction to Israel's Supreme Court striking down Israel's judicial reform, given the administration's opposition to that law?
So I don't have any specific response to the decision by the Supreme Court, but as we've said before, we believe that fundamental changes to a democracy should have the broadest possible consensus, and an independent judiciary is a key part of a functioning democracy.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. A few months ago, at the United Nations Security Council, Secretary Antony Blinken called on Russia to stop using food as a weapon of war in Ukraine. However, today he didn't make the same demand of Israel regarding the use of water, food, and foil its war against Gaza, which impact the civilian. Isn't that considered as a double standard?
So I will say that the Secretary has been at the forefront of trying to get food, water, medical assistance into Gaza, and it was the Secretary's leadership in some very intense meetings with the government of Israel that eventually led to a deal to get humanitarian assistance flowing into Gaza in the first place. This is all the way back in October in the immediate aftermath of the attacks, and it has been really U.S. effort to work with Israel, to work with our Egyptian partners, to work with other governments in the region to try to increase and sustain the flow of humanitarian assistance. So contrary to the sort of premise of the question, we have worked incredibly hard to get food and water into the Palestinian people, and that includes not just through Rafah, but that includes through advocating directly to the government of Israel to open Kerem Shalom. Now, that said, the amount of food
it doesn't change their mind on us.
Right now,
you know what I'm saying? Check this out. Check this out. We can send them fucking brand new cars, and it still wouldn't change the position on how they feel about Americans and how they want us dead. You know what I mean? Let's give them more, though. Let's give them everything. I want to work. I want to work. I know this is like the average Americans thinking, right? That they want to work and pay taxes so their money can go to bombs. And then, after they get bombed, their money can also go to paying for the water and the food and whatever the fuck else these people want. Why not?
There's not enough of it.
It's entertaining, right?
It's too inconsistent in the number of trucks that get
what
in
do you
every
want
day.
from our government?
They need to go up. They need to go up dramatically, and they need to stay up. And that continues to be the focus of our engagement and some very direct, candid conversations with the government of Israel, as well as with other countries in the region that can play an important role.
Are you not?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Entertained.
Happy New Year. I like everyone starts a question with before you hammer me with something tough, you start with a slightly good vibe, so I appreciate it.
I hope it's not tough. First question. Turkey has denied passage through its waters for Royal Navy mine hunters UK donated for Ukraine to help their sea operations. What is the U.S. response to that?
Let me take that one back.
Okay, another one. I hope you have the answer for this one. It's an easy one, I promise.
That's another way of saying I'm not going to answer you.
Summary of Secretary Blinken's priorities for the Western Balkans in 2024.
What a great question. So
fuck you. Like he's going to come back tomorrow and be like, "Hey, I looked into that for you."
We don't.
If you're going to go on for 45 minutes,
we technically don't have a time limit, Matt. You may have somewhere you need to be. I can go. I can go on for quite some time. So I will say, first of all, I won't go on for that long because the Secretary did speak to this somewhat at his end of year news conference right before the holiday, where he talked about not only the work that we did in 2023, but how that work would carry over in 2024. I will say, starting with the conflict in the Middle East that I've just spoken to, we will continue to try to work to protect Palestinian civilians, to minimize civilian harm, and deliver humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people. And finding an ultimate end to this conflict that provides real security, durable security for the Palestinian people and for the Israeli people, while trying to bring hostages home and preventing the conflict from spreading. We will also work to continue to support Ukraine in resisting the brutal attacks that Russia continues to launch and that we saw Russia launch over the Christmas holiday. It's why it's so important that Congress take immediate action to when they return to pass the president's supplemental funding bill. We will also continue to work with our allies and partners to respond to coercive actions that we have seen China take with respect to its neighbors, actors while trying to manage the relationship with China responsibly and appropriately. If you look back at the situation when the secretary entered office, I guess a little under 3 years ago, not quite 3 years ago at this point, we saw a world that was fractured, that was not able to respond in a united way to the role that China was playing in the world and the increasingly disparate vision from the West that China was presenting.
Blue Diamond almond nut thins.
Under our tenure. So
there's
I could go
a
on,
cracker
but I don't want to
made
suffer
out of
the
nuts
withering
now.
glare of the Associated Press reporter, so I will leave it at those three. There are many others when it comes to countering fentanyl, working to address migration responsibly, but I will leave it at that and refer you back to the Secretary's also quite lengthy remarks in December.
My question is, what would be the U.S. response if Iran directly attack on Israel in view of a recent attack on Hezbollah and to the explosion on Iran that Iranian government believes are associated with Israel government?
I never want to speculate about things that have not happened, especially when there is no reason for Iran to launch such an attack. But I will say the president has been very clear, the secretary has been very clear, that any country, any group in the region that at any time is considering taking advantage of the conflict and seeking to escalate with actions against Israel should think twice.
Flour.
And I will leave it at that.
Followed by almonds.
Thank you, Matt. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Could you share your
seasoning.
response to the recent New Year's Day verdict against Nobel laureate and Presidential Medal of Honor recipient Professor Muhammad Yunus, reportedly influenced by the Bangladesh Labor Court under the control of ruling Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina? How does the State Department perceive the challenges to the rule of law and judicial independence in Bangladesh, particularly in the context of comparable case such as the 10-year sentence of the country's first woman Prime Minister and main opposition leader Khaleda Zia, and the plight of numerous opposition leaders, workers, media, and rights activists facing similar situations, even in some cases more worse.
Muhammad Yunus has made significant contributions to the alleviation of poverty around the world, as reflected in his Nobel Peace Prize and numerous other international honors. We have been following the case against him closely. We've seen, of course, the widespread international criticism of the verdict. For our part, we have encouraged the Bangladeshi government to ensure a fair and transparent legal process, and we will continue to follow any further developments closely.
One more, Matt. The next election will take place in this coming weekend. Given Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina public instruction for using dummy candidates in the upcoming election and the disregard for constructive solutions from the international community for a free, fair election, will the U.S. government legitimize such a dummy election? If not, what punitive measures is the Biden administration considering against the proposed regime? As reported by the BBC,
that's how close we are, man. You feel it?
The election that has turned into a one-woman show.
I feel like I've answered this question before, but it's a new year, so I will answer it again. We support a free and fair election in Bangladesh. We have made that quite clear a number of times. We will watch the elections very closely, but of course I would never speculate in advance about what actions we may or may not take in response to any development. Yeah, Ryan.
Thanks, Matt. To pick up on your response to Smotrich and Ben-Gvir yesterday, you and Linda Thomas Greenfield both had similar statements. You both said in your statements, quote, there should be no mass displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. Given that you both had the same word-for-word statement, it seems like there was thought put into that. Why use the word should there? There should be no mass displacement. Would you be willing to make a more definitive comment, like there must?
There must not be, yeah. No, there.
And then to get to Ben-Gvir's response, which I'm sure you saw that he posted on Twitter, with all due respect, we are not another star on the American flag. The United States is our best friend, but first of all, we will do what is best for the state of Israel. The emigration of hundreds of thousands from Gaza will allow the residents of the enclave or the envelope to return home and live in safety and to protect the IDF soldiers. Any response to Ben-Gvir's public response to you?
So certainly Israel is a sovereign country that does make its own decisions. There is no dispute about that.
Bullshit. We control Israel.
I made yesterday was that the comments that Ben-Gvir and Minister Smotrich have made are in direct contradiction of Israeli government policy, as has been represented to us by multiple Israeli government officials, including the Prime Minister himself. I'm not surprised that he continues to double down and make those statements.
Israel's our vacation home.
They are not only in contradiction with United States policy and what we think is in the best interests of the Israeli people, the Palestinian people, the broader region, and ultimately stability in the world. But they are in direct contradiction of his own government's policy, and we believe those statements should stop.
And to follow up on Turkey, I'm sure you've seen Turkey has joined South Africa in its charging Israel with genocide before the International Court of Justice.
Oh my gosh,
is there any
what does
concern
that
within
mean?
the State Department that State Department officials could be roped into this prosecution?
No, I will say that as it relates to the State Department, we have been committed to addressing the humanitarian situation in Gaza and have made a priority of preventing, as I just said in response to your question, the displacement of Palestinians. I will also say, though, that genocide is, of course, a heinous atrocity, one of the most heinous atrocities that any individual can commit. Those are allegations that should not be made lightly, and as it pertains to the United States, we are not seeing any acts that constitute genocide.
And finally, over the break, top authorities in the Armenian quarter expressed deep concern that the Israeli government was using the conflict in Gaza to push out a lot of Armenian Christians from the Armenian quarter. Any response?
So no specific response to that, but as we have said on a number of occasions, we do not want to see the government of Israel take any steps that would escalate tensions. Go ahead.
According to Financial Times, Israel is putting more pressure on Egypt to accept refugees from Gaza. Since you're against any displacement of Palestinians and Egypt is your partner, do you encourage or support Egypt not to accept refugees from Gaza?
So I will say that it is not just the government of Egypt that has rejected displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. It is other countries in the region who have all made clear, going back to the immediate aftermath of October 7th, in the trip that the secretary made to a number of countries in the region, that displacement was a non-starter for reasons that relate to history that I think people in this room know all too well, that I don't need to go through again. And so we have made that clear to the government of Israel, that it is a non-starter. We have made that clear publicly, that we don't want to see any displacement of Palestinians from Israel, which is why when we see statements to the contrary, we respond as we did in the statement that I issued yesterday.
And you do support those countries?
Go ahead.
Hold on. You don't want to see any displacement of Palestinians from Israel?
Gaza. I meant to say Gaza. Thank you.
And you do support those countries who reject or displacement?
They have made it clear for I think, very understandable reasons of history that it's a non-starter.
So can I just
to
follow up on that a little bit? And you might have answered this in response to one of Saeed's first questions, but isn't what's going on in Gaza now, in terms of the Israeli offensive, in terms of the Israeli operation, isn't that displacing Gazans? Or are you making a distinction between internal displacement, even though it's not a state, so I know they can't be technically IDPs, or them leaving the border and going into another country, and going into a country since they don't have one of their own? Why is what is happening now not the forcible displacement of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians?
It is a good question. We don't want to see any Palestinian forced from their home, but there are military operations going on that put Palestinian people at risk. When you see the IDF coming into neighborhoods, exactly my point, coming into neighborhoods and conducting legitimate military operations, it is appropriate to, we believe, to ask people to leave their homes for a temporary period while the IDF
destroy their
carries
home.
out military operations. We also believe that it's important that people be able to return to their homes, and if their homes have been destroyed, that there's a process in place to rebuild and reconstruct Gaza. And that's something you'll see us pursuing in the weeks and months to come.
We'll be
That's
paying
different
for that
from the idea of forcing them from their homes.
Maybe
from
we
their
can send the
land,
Venezuelans
and
over there to
raising the
rebuild
fear
it.
among them and among other countries
Hey,
in the region
that's
that
what
they
I'm
would
gonna
never
ship
be
in.
allowed to return.
Hey, you're American.
have been displaced
Now
from their
you're
homes,
going to
though.
Israel,
They
boy.
have been displaced.
Have fun. You said you're a construction worker,
in the same
right?
way that you
All right
saw
then. You said you used to
Smotrich
heat.
and
Perfect.
Correct.
Well, I'm sorry. I just find that
The Venezuelans need to rebuild Israel.
they have been displaced, have they not?
They have been
Yo.
displaced. They are still inside Gaza. And if you see what Smotrich and Gaza are raising, they are raising the idea of resettling Palestinians from Gaza
Sorry.
so Israelis can move in, which is a very different. That is
Anybody's
the
here
nature
that
of the
hasn't heard it
disagreement.
today.
So it's okay with you that hundreds of thousands of people have been pushed into the south, into Rafah, out of their homes. That's not. It doesn't count as.
We do not.
Bad displacement.
We do not want to see anyone displaced from their home. We also don't want to see anyone in harm's way. There is an obvious tension between those two, and when it comes to resolving that tension, I think the first priority needs to be to try to keep those people as safe as possible. But we want them to be able to ultimately return to their homes, not forced from their land. And as those two ministers have raised, with the specter of never being able to return.
All right, and then secondly, in response to the questions about the blast, the explosions. Or explosions in Iran, you said that it was ridiculous to suggest or speculate that the United States had any involvement in this. I'm just curious as to why. The United States has a long history of doing things in Iran. Go back to 1953, but since before both of us were born, it took decades after 1953 for the U.S. to admit its role, and the Brits as well, to admit their role in the coup. But let's go more recently, just 4 years ago, and the reason that this explosion happened today is on the anniversary of Soleimani, his death, which was loudly and proudly claimed by the United States government at the time. So why is it ridiculous for people to think or speculate that that what happened today had nothing to do with the United States?
Look, people are always going to make all kinds of claims and all kinds of speculations. I think it's ridiculous because it didn't happen, and that's what I can say from this podium, that we were not involved.
So if you were involved, though, you'd be out there saying, yes, we did it.
You were asking. We are getting into several levels of counterfactuals here. We were not involved.
Okay, but I'm not sure I understand why you say that it's ridiculous for people to think that, or to speculate it, or to speculate about it, or to suggest it, given the history of the United States in Iran.
I will say, if the reports coming out of Iran are accurate, these are explosions that have killed dozens, by some reports over 100 civilians. The United States was not involved with those, and you can disagree. I think it's ridiculous to suggest that we were.
Well, no, I'm not disagreeing. I just want to.
Yeah, fair,
I just
fair,
want to know
fair.
why
I shouldn't have said that.
You come out and say it's ridiculous. I mean, the U.S. also, I believe, I can't remember the exact year, shot down an Iranian airliner.
We're getting back into ancient history before it's not ancient. I was alive, not ancient, but certainly well before this administration was in office.
Can I ask a question, John?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me go to Daphne first.
Just on the genocide comment, you said you're not seeing any acts that constitute genocide. Has the State Department determined that acts of genocide are not taking place?
The statement that I just made is I'm not going to get into all of our formal legal processes, but we have not at this point seen acts that constitute genocide. No.
Has there been a process that's been completed to determine
that? Is a determination by the State Department that I just represented here at the podium.
And are you seeing crimes against humanity or war crimes taking place?
Again, I don't have any assessment to make on those. We continue to collect information and gather it as we always do, but I don't have an assessment to offer. Go ahead.
Yeah, briefly, if you don't mind. Just based on South Africa, the ICJ complaint. Beyond saying that the United States doesn't agree that there's genocide taking place or genocidal acts, has the U.S. had any dialogue with South Africa about this?
None that I have to report out at this time.
Does it object to the fact that South Africa actually brought this?
We don't think it's a productive step at this time.
Could I?
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead, and I'll come back to you.
Sorry, you want to go ahead? A question on what the Secretary said during his press briefing a couple of weeks ago, he noted that this has been a very difficult year for journalists. He noted the loss of journalists, but he said Ukraine and the Middle East. I mean, there's been 100 Palestinian journalists killed. Why not say that 100 Palestinian journalists have been killed, and we know basically who killed those journalists? Why not say that and name the country?
He has spoken specifically to the death of journalists in this conflict on more than one occasion.
Yes, but he did not say that.
I mean, if you want to quibble with why he did it here, not there, but he has, I think when he referred to the death of journalists in the Middle East, people knew what he was talking about, and he has specifically talked about the death of journalists as a result of this conflict. So I think you're trying to draw a conclusion that the facts don't merit cite.
Directly, do you note that there are 100 Palestinian journalists killed by Israel and during this operation?
Yes, we have seen the reports by the Committee to Protect Journalists and other organizations about the very tragic loss of life by journalists in this conflict. Sean, go ahead and we'll wrap there.
Actually, change topics to Africa. A couple of things. There was an agreement between Ethiopia and Somaliland, which about port access. Ethiopia, of course, being landlocked. Does the U.S. have any comment on that? And particularly, the leaders, the de facto leaders in Somaliland, say that this will constitute formal recognition, which of course no country has given. Does the U.S. have something to say either about the deal itself or about the entire idea of recognition?
Yeah, we did see those reports. We were concerned by them. We joined other partners in expressing our serious concern as well about the resulting spike in tensions in the Horn of Africa. We urge all stakeholders to engage in diplomatic dialogue, and the United States recognizes the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Federal Republic of Somalia within its 1960 borders.
We see concerned by them, concerned by the deal between the Ethiopians and the Somaliland.
And the resulting spike in tension.
Do you think that the deal should be rescinded? Is that something that you don't?
We think all the stakeholders should engage in diplomatic dialogue to resolve the issue.
Okay. Can I get to one other part of Africa? The DRC, of course, had elections at the end of last year. Do you have anything, first, more broadly to say about how the conduct of it, but also about Tshisekedi's re-election? Does the United States believe that he was legitimately re-elected?
So I will say that we took note of the provisional election results that were published by the DRC's National Independent Electoral Commission, which show the president leading by a large majority. We also note that the tallying is still underway for the national and local elections that were also held on December 20th. Those results are scheduled to be announced on January 12th, and I think we'll withhold comment until that process is completed. With that, wrap for today. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really sensitive person, and not everybody saw his complicity. And Yossi and Lido in the band and Danny, they saw him as he is, and they have more than music. They have a lot of deep conversations, and I know that now they took all the conversations that they have with Yotam, and they start to build
training more than 4,000 sailors and Marines and more than 50 aircraft. An amphibious ready group with an embarked Marine expeditionary unit is capable of a wide range of operations, and because it is sea-based, remains a highly flexible option to any commander-in-chief when it comes to the potential use of force. These ships and their Marines are augmented by 3 additional squadrons of fighter and attacked aircraft that are based ashore, and additional highly capable warships at sea, including a number of destroyers that are specifically designed for ballistic missile defense. Some of those warships are operating in the Red Sea, where they, alongside the ship's aircraft and capabilities of more than 20 other nations, continue to counter Houthi attacks on civilian maritime shipping. You've all seen in the last couple of days what these ships have been able to do in terms of knocking things out of the sky. All told, these U.S. and coalition ships and aircraft contribute to an impressive air and missile defense capability, as well as robust intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities, not to mention offensive and defensive military power. As the President has made clear, the United States does not seek conflict with any nation or actor in the Middle East, nor do we want to see the war between Israel and Hamas widen in the region. But neither will we shrink from the task of defending ourselves, our interests, our partners, or the free flow of international commerce. That's why, earlier today, we released a joint statement alongside 11 countries condemning Houthi attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea, one of the world's most critical waterways, and reiterating that these attacks must cease immediately. And just after we released that statement, Singapore came on board. So now there's 13 nations that have signed up to that statement. As we've made clear, these actions directly threaten freedom of navigation and global trade, and they put innocent lives at risk. This joint statement demonstrates the resolve of global partners against these unlawful attacks and underlines our commitment to holding malign actors accountable for their actions. Lastly, as you've seen, now in addition to this release, well, I think that's it. We'll take questions. Sorry.
Darling. Thank you. I wanted to ask about Iran. Does the United States have any idea who might be behind the bombings there today? And secondly, does the U.S. think the killing of the Hamas leader in Beirut has significantly changed the strength of Hamas?
So on your first question, we aren't at a point now where we have a lot of great detail on this bombing. Certainly our hearts go out to all the innocent victims and their family members who are obviously, their lives are going to be forever changed by this. But we don't have any more detail in terms of how it happened or who might be responsible for it. On your second question, again, I would point you to our Israeli partners to talk more about this. That we're again not in a position to confirm the specific reports. I would just tell you that Al-Hurri
sweet, Bill. Congrats.
was
We had one
a
yesterday
noted
too. Or
designated
yesterday,
global
I think.
terrorist.
The day before.
And if he is in fact dead,
Awesome.
nobody should be shedding a tear over his
People
loss.
have earthquakes.
I know you said you don't have any great detail
Of
on who
course.
was responsible,
Good for
but
you.
can you rule out that Israel had anything to do with this?
We have no indication at this time at all that Israel was involved in any way whatsoever.
No indication, but just to be clear, you don't think
Now
did they
you're
support or
mad.
assist in some other way?
I'm not going to speak for another nation. I would just tell you that we have no indication that Israel was in any way involved in this.
And given that this was the Soleimani anniversary, did you have any intelligence that something was being planned for this day?
We certainly had no indications that there would be some sort of violence surrounding the anniversary of his death.
Just to follow up on the Lebanon issue, is there any concern that that particular strike might expand the conflict regionally?
Well, I would just say, Trevor, everything that we've done, in fact, the laydown I just offered of the force posture changes that the president has ordered in the region has been designed to prevent an escalation or widening or deepening of this conflict. As we've said before, we don't want to see it widen beyond Israel and Hamas. And again, we're going to keep working with partners in the region to prevent that from happening.
Okay, and then on the Red Sea, you mentioned that joint statement that came out today and that Singapore has added their names to that as well.
Yeah.
But that is just, 13 countries total. That's smaller than the 44 that issued a statement in December. And, countries that you would think would be on that list, like France, are not. Is there a reason why that's not a broader group of countries that signed on?
I mean, first of all, 13 other nations signing up to language like that, or 13 total nations, 12 others than us, I think is significant. Other nations can speak for themselves about their decision-making with respect to signing on to public statements. There are, as you know, many nations that are assisting us in Operation Prosperity Guardian in the Red Sea that don't want to be public, that are contributing capabilities, but they don't want it public. So I think you're seeing an increasing number of nations around the world, particularly as commerce in the Red Sea gets affected. And shipping companies are making difficult decisions about whether to transit the Red Sea and the impact that it's beginning to have on global commerce. Countries are more and more becoming aware of this increasing threat to the free flow of commerce in the Red Sea by the Houthis, and are increasingly being willing to express their discomfort with that.
John, thanks so much. Is it the White House's view that the elimination of Hamas is an attainable goal?
What we've said before is, well, first of all, the Israelis should speak to their military goals. We have said that we absolutely believe they have the right and responsibility to eliminate the threat that Hamas poses to the Israeli people. Now, they have said for themselves, Peter, that the way they're going about that is really targeting infrastructure, tunnels and command and control nodes, as well as leadership. It is not that unusual or different approach than we took ourselves in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, going after the leadership network. Now, you can certainly significantly degrade a terrorist organization's ability to operate, train, and conduct attacks by going after its leadership. You are probably not going to eliminate the ideology which underpins that group, and we've seen that in Al-Qaeda, ISIS, other groups.
There is a difference between language the U.S. has used in the past with the language degrade, to try to degrade the leadership and the ability to attack. So does the U.S., just to be clear, I understand Israel's role in this, does the U.S. believe the elimination of Hamas, though, is an attainable goal?
We believe that it is absolutely an attainable goal for the Israeli military forces to degrade and defeat Hamas's abilities to conduct attacks inside Israel. It can be done militarily. Are you going to eliminate the ideology? No. And are you likely going to erase the group from existence? Probably not. But can you eliminate the threat that Hamas poses to the Israeli people? Absolutely.
Okay, let me ask you another question if I can. We've been talking about the Houthis here. We heard from Maersk and some of these other companies that obviously the Danish shipping giant that paused its operations in the Gulf of Aden and in the Red Sea. A lot of other shipping companies are either pausing or rerouting right now. How concerned is the United States that these shipping companies may be pausing or trying to find other routes or revisiting that region altogether right now, given the impact it could have on the United States in terms of supply chain, inflation, whatever else?
Well, if we weren't concerned, we wouldn't have stood up an operation in the Red Sea now consisting of more than 20 nations to try to protect that commerce. The Red Sea is a vital waterway. A significant amount of global trade flows through that Red Sea, and by forcing nations to go around the Cape of Good Hope, I mean, you're adding weeks and weeks onto voyages, and untold resources now, expenses have to be applied in order to do that. Plus, it's just a more dangerous journey. So obviously, there's a concern about the impact on global commerce.
Is this a pocketbook issue that Americans could be concerned about, given the supply
We
chain?
haven't seen that effect yet.
At risk of being?
It would depend on how long this threat goes and on how much more energetic the Houthis think that they might become. I mean, right now we haven't seen an uptick or a specific effect on the U.S. economy, but make no mistake, it is a key international waterway, and it can have an effect on the global economy.
Thank you, Kareem. Thanks, John. To follow up on the eradication of Hamas, does the U.S. know how many more members of Hamas are left to eradicate?
We have estimates. I'm loath to put the numbers out there right now because they are just estimates, but Hamas still has a significant force posture inside Gaza.
Is there any way you can characterize the progress that's been made in terms of percentage? How is Israel done, basically? If it's their operation, obviously you're keeping track of progress.
I've been trying real hard not to give them a report card here, and I think that's a wise thing for us to do, is to refrain from analyzing and armchair quarterbacking their military operations. They themselves have said that they have targeted and been successful against a range of leadership of Hamas, certainly at the brigade level and higher. And remember, these guys are organized like a military. It's not just some ragtag group of terrorists. I mean, they have a pretty sophisticated military underpinning and structure to them, and they've gone after quite a bit of those leaders. They've gone after a lot of their mid-range and lower-level fighters as well. I think I'm going to let Israel characterize how they've been doing, but they have, without question, let me just say this broadly, they have had an effect on Hamas's ability to command and control itself, to resource itself, and quite frankly, to lead their troops.
And just one quick clarification on the airstrike in Lebanon. Is the U.S. assessing to try to determine who is responsible for that?
For which one?
The airstrike in Lebanon that killed the Hamas leader.
I'm not aware of any efforts of the United States to assess that or to analyze that. We certainly weren't involved in any way whatsoever.
Thank you so much, John. Moving on to Ukraine, first of all, just your assessment of what we've seen in the last few days, but then also there's a Newsweek report that the U.S. is going to destroy several hundred quote-unquote expired ATACMS, which is, of course, a weapon that President Zelensky has asked for specifically. Can you confirm that, and is it possible that the U.S. could send those to Ukraine, and would that be a political decision or a military decision?
I cannot confirm those reports. That's really a better question put to the Department of Defense.
How about a lay of the land in the last few days, where we are?
I mean, look, just broadly speaking, in the last 48 to 72 hours, you all seen that Russia continues to launch drone and missile attacks, including ballistic missile attacks on targets inside Ukraine, to include not only military targets in Ukraine, but civilian targets in Ukraine, to continue to try to weaponize winter, to go after their infrastructure. I mean, so for all the ballyhoo that I heard in the last few days about Mr. Putin and some press reports that he's all of a sudden willing to negotiate, he sure doesn't act like a guy who's willing to negotiate. He's doing everything he can to try to put the Ukrainians on their back feet, which is why it's so important that this supplemental funding request that the president put forward gets passed. We have given now Ukraine the last security assistance package that we have funds to support right before New Year's, right after Christmas. And we've got to get support from Congress so we can continue to do that.
Israel, too. South Africa's filed this 84-page lawsuit against Israel, accusing them of genocide. Israel says that this is blood libel. Does Washington agree? And where does this put Washington and Pretoria in terms of
find this submission meritless, counterproductive, and completely without any basis in fact whatsoever.
Thanks a lot, John. What's the U.S. assessment of the larger goal that Israel has set to eradicate Hamas?
Shout out.
Still considered to be a realistic and wise military objective?
I think I just answered that with Peter. We don't believe that military attacks alone are going to eradicate an ideology. And it's not like we're going to get rid of every single Hamas fighter. So in that sense, I mean, you still have to reconcile yourself with the fact that there may still be some Hamas around, even when your military operation is over. That said, what they absolutely can do is eradicate the threat that Hamas poses to the Israeli people. And you can do that by going after leadership. You can do that by going after their infrastructure. You can do that by going after their resource. And we showed that with respect to ISIS and Al-Qaeda. It can be done. ISIS and Al-Qaeda still exist, but they are nowhere near the kind of threats that they once posed. So it can be done militarily.
A couple more on Israel. Maybe this came up on Jake's call, but do you guys feel like you have any path forward on Israel's decision to withhold tax revenue from the Palestinian Authority? And then do you have any reaction to the Supreme Court in Israel striking down the judicial reform package that the Prime Minister put forward? I know the President has weighed in on it previously.
Yeah, I don't have any update for you on the tax issue. And on the judicial reform, we are going to be careful that we don't comment on the internal workings of a fellow democracy. What the president has said before stands today, which is we want to see that as a vibrant democracy, any changes that any governance changes that our Israeli counterparts try to pursue are done with the broadest base of public support possible.
And then, sorry, just real quick, before the break, Corinne talked about a possible regulatory review of the Japanese purchase of U.S. steel, but I'm wondering if there's a national security component to that review, and if NSC or if you're aware of anyone on the national security side looking into it,
As far as I know, there's no updates to that review, and obviously anything like this, I mean, we carefully evaluate the degree to which there is a national security component, and we'll do that in this case, but I don't have an update for you.
John, can you give us an update on the hostage situation in Israel and the kind of the status of the talks with the Qataris and others to move that forward? Is it the U.S. opinion that it's at this point pretty much stalled, or is there some hope of reviving that in the near future?
Well, there's always hope, and we're not going to stop hoping to try to get all those hostages home. What I can tell you is that the conversations are ongoing, they're real, and we are pursuing them with the same sense of energy that we were, a month or two ago when we were able to get some 50 hostages out. I would tell you that I don't have any specific progress to report today.
Lebanon
We're not gonna stop talking about it. We're not gonna stop working on it, and we're not gonna stop engaging our partners.
Is there any new talks scheduled with McGurk or anybody else in the region?
There have been ongoing communications. I mean, I don't have anything on Brett's schedule to speak to specifically today. I think you can expect that he will be, as he has been, constantly engaged on this, as will David Satterfield on the ground. But it's an ongoing conversation.
Just following up on that, John, when Prime Minister Netanyahu said yesterday that Hamas had given some sort of ultimatum on the hostages front, do you know what he was referring to?
I don't.
On a separate topic, I wonder what you made of Hassan Nasrallah's speech today. We are not scared of war. Does the U.S. hear that as escalatory or pretty consistent with what we've heard recently?
I think we're going to judge actions and not words. We haven't seen Hezbollah jump in with both feet to come to Hamas's aid and assistance. We continue to message privately and, of course, publicly with y'all that we don't want to see this conflict widen. We don't want to see a second front opened on the north. We don't think that's good for the region, certainly not good for the Israeli people, and we're going to continue to deliver that message.
On migration, Denver's mayor this weekend told CBS that his city needs arriving Venezuelan migrants to have the ability to work. Is the administration open to extending temporary protective status for Venezuelans who arrived after that July 31st date that you all set?
Where are they going to work?
For you on that, you probably should talk to Secretary Mayorkas and his team at DHS, but that's not something I would have an update for.
Thanks, Green. John, you mentioned
really that many jobs available?
For aid package for Ukraine. If there's no deal with Congress, what happens once that's exhausted?
They need people that don't
Will
speak
shipments
English?
Of weapons just stop?
They'd have to. They'd have to. We have. The president signed out the last security assistance package for which we had replenishment authority funds. That's it. We need the supplemental pass so that we can provide additional security assistance to Ukraine. Now, there's always a lag of days, if not weeks, each time we sign out one of these packages. So the things that were signed out on the 27th have not all been delivered to Ukraine. That will come in coming days and weeks. But after that, absent supplemental funding, there's no other magical pot to dip into to try to get support for Ukraine.
So there's no other pools of government weapons that could be used temporarily and then refilled later?
I'm not aware of any Band-Aid fix that can be done. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of the decision-making process here. I mean, we're going to do what we can to continue to support Ukraine. But in terms of the kinds of security assistance that we've been able to provide and the frequency with which we have provided it every 2 weeks, that ended on the 27th when we submitted our last one for the year, the last one that we had funding applied to.
Working out good, Nadia. Thank you. A follow-up on
I
a
mean,
question.
2 fucking weeks?
John, you just said that you have no indication that Israel is behind the assassination of Saleh Harouri. But Israeli cabinet ministers and Israeli officials are on the record saying that they are going to go after Hamas leaders. They're going to assassinate them just like they did in the 70s after Munich. So do you dismiss what they're saying as maybe it's not the responsibility?
My comment was nothing to dismiss anything they said. I was asked a simple question: do we have evidence that Israel was responsible for it? And I said we didn't. Now, Israel, as I've said before, has a right and responsibility to go after the threat that Hamas poses, which means they have a right and responsibility to go after the leadership of Hamas. Now, as I've also said many, many times from the podium, we expect that they'll do that in accordance with international law.
A question: yesterday, the State Department condemned the statement of 2 Israeli cabinet ministers calling for the displacement of Palestinians.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's a position of the White House as well.
It is.
International law allows
You
assassination.
have so much leverage over Israel. Apart from condemnation, what practically can you do to stop this plan? Because Netanyahu defiantly challenged the White House when it comes to state solution and other issues with keeping soldiers in the northern part of Gaza.
First of all, I don't think we can call it a plan. These are comments by 2 cabinet officers. That doesn't constitute an Israeli plan to relocate people out of Gaza. So I don't think we should get ahead of where we are right now. And you're right, that statement does speak for the United States government and for this administration in terms of our complete refusal and rebuke of any forced displacement outside of Gaza of any Palestinians. We have made that clear to our Israeli counterparts in private sessions. We certainly have made that publicly, and that's not going to change.
Thank you, Crane. Admiral, back to Ukraine for a minute. It was well chronicled earlier in the war the heavy losses the Russian military took in terms of equipment, firepower, and such. In the wake of this recent barrage, though, launched on these Ukrainian cities, what is the current U.S. assessment of just what the Russian military's currently capabilities?
Interesting that they have to keep reaching out to other countries to shore up their inventory of artillery shells and missiles and, of course, drones. A lot of these drones that were launched in the last 72 hours were Iranian-made or Iranian-designed drones. We know that this war has had an impact on Mr. Putin's war-making capability, particularly when it comes to munitions, artillery, drones, missiles. We also know that he still has a sizable amount of his Air Force available to him, a sizable amount of his ground mechanized capability available to him. And of course, while his Navy has been challenged in the Black Sea, it's really only been the Black Sea fleet that has been affected. He also has an advantage in manpower because Russia is just a bigger country. And he doesn't have to, unlike President Zelensky, he doesn't have to answer to the Russian people about mobilizations and taking prisoners out of jail cells and putting them on the battlefront. He has gone through an enormous amount of manpower in the last 2 years of war, and we know that he's going to continue to try to throw manpower at it. All that said, Jonathan, that's on the plus side of the ledger for him. On the negative side of the ledger, command and control in the Russian army is still abysmal. Morale, leadership, absolutely at the dirt floor. They are still heavily reliant on long-range kind of strikes because they've got that available to them. When they engage the Ukrainian forces on the ground, they're not having much success. For this so-called ballyhooed counteroffensive that they were going to launch themselves, they've really achieved nothing in recent weeks and months. This is a military that still has not really learned the lessons that you would think a modern military would learn after 2 years of war.
In the back, way in the back.
Yeah, Admiral, you said that the United States doesn't want a second front, and you also said that Israel has a right and responsibility to go after the Hamas leadership, but isn't the United States and the President, aren't they exactly widening and escalating this, given the fact that the U.S. is supporting chasing Hamas leadership outside of Gaza? I mean, the fact that it's going into Lebanon, a sovereign nation.
Again, your question is presuming an awful lot, and is presuming that I said things I didn't say. I'm not confirming that the Israelis took this airstrike. I would refer you to them to speak to their military operations.
I did.
Nevertheless, I'm not confirming that they took this strike. They have a right and responsibility to go after Hamas leadership, and we expect that they'll do that in accordance with international law. Nothing's changed about the fact that we don't want the conflict to widen. I mean, heck, my opening statement was 4 or 5 pages worth of talking about all the kind of capabilities that the president's putting in the region to prevent that very outcome.
Okay, so let me follow up on that then. Given the Red Sea patrols, we knew in advance of those being set up that the Iranian defense minister said very clearly, nobody can make a move in a region where we have predominance. The United States knew that, set it up anyway. Is that not being seen as a provocation? If you know that Iran sees that as a provocation, you take the action anyway.
That's certainly turning things on their upside down, isn't it? Wouldn't you consider provocation launching ballistic missiles and drones at commercial? Wait, let me finish. Wouldn't that be considered provocation? Targeting innocent merchant shipping and innocent merchant sailors? That's a provocation. What we're doing, what Prosperity Garden is all about, and go on web, you can look at it, it's a defensive posture. It's a coalition of the willing of maritime nations coming together to try to protect international shipping that affects the global economy.
Escalation, because in turn what has happened is, so you're denying then that there has been an escalation since the Red Sea Patrol?
I totally disagree with the premise of your question. It wasn't the United States who decided to attack commercial shipping in the Red Sea. The Houthis did that. And who are the Houthis backed by? Iran. As I've said before, Iran provided the missiles that the Houthis are using. We are simply in a defensive posture to try to protect that commercial shipping, and we have.
Give Iran
There's
humanitarian
been an
aid.
escalation. Now Iran has launched a frigate into that. So there has been an escalation.
Okay, again, let me stop you. The fact that they...
I ask you again, has the United States' actions supported an escalation as a result?
No.
You said that your words said...
You asked me a question, ma'am, I answered it. No.
You said nothing the president has ordered has been designed to widen or deepen this conflict.
I stand by my answer. No.
Okay, we got to move on to Danny, and then Merrick, and then we're going to move on.
Thanks, Kim. Thanks, Admiral. Just on the, you mentioned a recent call with Netanyahu. Can you speak to the tenor of the recent conversations between the President and Prime Minister Netanyahu? There have been reports of sort of growing tensions between them, and can you describe to us what the tenor of those conversations?
No. No, I'm not going to get into describing the tone and tenor. We do a readout of these conversations. We'll continue to do that. Look, these are two guys that have known each other a long, long time. They don't agree on every issue, and you shouldn't expect that they would agree on every issue. The President is able to have candid, forthright conversations with counterparts, and when you're friends with a country, the way we are with Israel, those conversations can be, they should be candid and forthright.
We got to wrap it up.
Thank you very much. Two questions on Ukraine. Does the President support confiscating Russian frozen assets, $300 billion, to help Ukraine? And second question, how much of the equipment that was delivered to Ukraine by the U.S. has been damaged by Russia? Do you have any assessment? What are their capabilities in terms of the equipment delivered by the West and the United States?
On your first question, we're still talking to partners about what reconstruction and recovery needs to look like in Ukraine after the war, but obviously our main focus right now is helping them in this fight against Russian aggression. And on your second question, that's a better question put to the Ukrainian Defense Forces, not the United States. We are working very, very hard to make sure that every system that is provided to Ukraine, there's a measure of accountability for it, that we can assure the Congress and the American people that that material is being used appropriately on the field of battle. And we've seen no indication that it hasn't been, that there's been some wide-scale corruption or misuse by the Ukrainian military, but it is war. It is war, and these things are sometimes being expended hand to mouth. I mean, they no sooner get into Ukraine than the Ukrainians are firing them at Russian troops. So we're working real hard on accountability. But as for every single bullet and bean that have been given to Ukraine, I mean, that's really something for the Ukrainians to speak to.
Every single bullet. I'm asking about, in general, about Ukrainian capabilities in the war with Russia. Are you tracking those?
Of course we are. Yeah. In fact, we added expertise and individuals to the team in Kyiv, specifically for accountability purposes. And the Ukrainians understand our need for accountability. They share that, and they have made it clear that they're willing to work with us on accountability measures for all the systems that are being provided. I would just tell you, broadly speaking, without speaking to every single artillery shell, the kinds of material we give Ukraine is given to them with thoughtful deliberation based on what they say they need in the moment and in coming weeks. And we've seen that with every package that we've delivered. Number two, as I said, in many cases, this stuff is going right from the trucks and the trains to the hands of a soldier on the battlefield. Not everyone, but oftentimes it's that fast. They are using these things appropriately in defense of their country.
Thanks, Admiral.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Yep. Thank you so much. Okay, Darlene, good to see you. You want to reset us and start us off again?
Sure, good to see you too. For the first time in the U.S., there are wind turbines that have sent electricity to the grid. There's a wind farm off the coast of Massachusetts. It delivered some power just before midnight on Wednesday. It's a project the Biden administration had signed off on. I was just wondering if the president supports this kind of energy? Is he aware? Any reaction that you can share?
So I don't have a reaction for you at this time.
You got windmills. Congratulations,
Michigan
Michigan was
this
there.
particular issue. As you just stated, that is something that we are, when it comes to wind turbines. You've seen the president visit many manufacturing factories where they
Who actually gives a
certainly
shit
leading
about
with
wind
that
turbines right now, except for
manufacturing
her
those wind turbines.
and the
So
wind
certainly
turbine
that is part of our,
manufacturers?
climate change, certainly an initiative, clean energy. So that's certainly something that we have been very much backing and supporting. But that particular issue, I have not touched base with the president about.
He's working
Two
for
other
him.
quick ones. Will the president have a public schedule
The wind turbine
tomorrow and
manufacturers.
Friday?
I don't have anything at this time for you. As you know, he will be traveling on Saturday for January 6th to Pennsylvania. That is something that the campaign is putting together. So if you have any specific details, we'll certainly make sure that you reach out to them. I just don't have anything else on his schedule for the next day or two.
And is there a list of the scholars and historians that the press office said he had lunch with today in the lead up to the January 6th?
I don't have a list to share at this time. For folks who are not tracking, this afternoon the president met.
Why is that their new
had
word to
lunch with a
fucking
group of
use?
scholars
Tracking.
and
Are you
historians
tracking
discuss
that?
ongoing threats to
Me?
our democracy,
Not a
whether
fucking
here
Indian
and also
hunter
abroad. This is something that he
tracking
tends to do, especially as we head towards an important day like
That's
January
the new
6th. So it's something that he
buzzword.
has commonly done. He's done it. He's
Track-
met with
we're not
a diverse
tracking
group
that
of
right now.
historians before. I don't have a list to provide to you.
When did they start using that so much?
Thanks, Green. On the scholars and historians meeting, that statement referenced threats to democratic institutions in the country. Does the president think that there are any specific policy changes that are needed to strengthen institutions ahead of the elections?
I don't have any policies to announce or preview for you at this time. Look, the president has always been clear. I've been clear from this podium as well.
Not for
What
bad.
happened on January 6th was unprecedented, an attack on our core principles, an attack on our democracy. What we saw was an attack on our rule of law, attack on our Constitution. We saw the Confederate flag in the middle of the Capitol building. It was a terrifying and horrific
Dude,
day.
are they still talking about January 6th?
A dark day in our history, sadly. But I just don't have, as far as policy-wise and our strengthening our institutions, don't have anything to share at this
But
time.
specifically, does he think the United States is ready to have free and fair elections in November?
Well, we have to. I mean, that is what we need. We have to.
Wait,
That's
what
the
is he
president
supposed to
believes
do?
in, right? If he
Lock us
believes in
all up
having a
or some
democracy
shit?
that works,
Put us
having
back
free and
on
fair
a
election. That's something that he has spoken to, obviously. But I don't, as far as our
Health
policies for our
restriction.
institutions, announcing any new policy, I don't have
Man,
anything.
shit, it
just
was crazy.
at this time. But clearly, that is something
Gotta
that
keep us all at home,
the
man.
different agencies who are involved
Keep
are
us
certainly
controlled.
making sure that we get to a place that where Americans are able to vote freely in November.
And do you have any reaction to the new data out of Treasury that the national debt has hit a record $34 trillion?
So yeah, if you look at that data,
I remember that was in the
it's a
single trillions when I was
there's
younger.
a trickle down debt. If you think about
It was
it,
like 4 trillion,
Republican tax cuts are responsible for about 90% of it, of the increase in the debt as a share of the economy over the last two
crazy,
decades,
dude.
Excluding emergency spending. And so, as we know, you've heard me say this, you've heard the president speak to this, of what he has done to certainly lower the debt. He signed a legislation to lower the deficit by $1 trillion. Right? When you think about
Does it even
the
matter anymore?
Inflation
Fuck it,
Reduction
let's
Act, that's going to
file
lower
bankruptcy.
prescription drug costs and cracking down on the wealth
Is
on
that
the wealth
depression
tax
time?
cheats that
We
we've
do that?
seen. And then his agenda would cut the deficit another $2.5 trillion by making the wealthy pay their fair share. So that is what the president has done. What we've seen on the other side is the complete
People
opposite.
start having gardens
What
again.
they've tried to do is continue to give a tax break to the millionaires and the billionaires. And that, what they have actually put forward, would add more than $3 trillion to the debt. So that's what that data shows us, and that's what we have done to try to make sure the president has been very, very deliberate about this, to make sure that we do everything we can to certainly deal with the debt. Get him, Jay.
Ms. Green, has the president been briefed on the imam who was shot and wounded outside of a New Jersey mosque this morning? Obviously, there's serious concern about this having been an act that was driven by Islamophobia. Just wondered what the White House
So we're aware of the shooting of the imam outside of the New Jersey mosque, as you just laid out, and certainly we're praying for his speedy recovery. Local law enforcement are all hands on deck, obviously, and is investigating, and we hope that they're able to complete their work soon. I don't have anything else. I would refer you to the FBI on any specifics, and I have not spoken to the president, but obviously we are aware of it.
And just given that this is the first briefing of the new calendar year, is there a way in which you could sum up sort of what the president's top priorities are as we head into a new year, particularly given that this is the last year of his first term?
So look, the way that we see the president's, even the president's first 3 years, he's done more in the first 3 years than presidents have done in the first 2 terms, or their first 2 terms.
That's the color of a 70s refrigerator.
Of the presidency. And that is, if you think about historic pieces of legislation, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's Ships and Science Act, whether it is, is it the Inflation Reduction Act, as I just mentioned, which is historic in nature, as we talk about clean energy and lowering prescription drugs, that is incredibly important. And what we need to do, and what the president wants to focus on, is implementing those, right? Continuing to implement those really key important legislation. That's what you're going to see the president do.
Her eyebrows
Last year in his
detach
State
as
of the
mountain
Union,
climbing
you heard the president
tools.
speak to finishing the job, and
cook
so that is
cracks with
something
them
that he
and
wants to
toast
continue to do, right? Whether it's making sure we have veterans, making sure that unity agenda that he talked about, making sure that we're focusing on our
She actually
veterans, focusing
is a
on getting
professional
fentanyl
mountain
off
climber.
the street, focusing on how do we deal with cancer. Those are the things that the
She's
president's going
using
to continue
strings
to
or
talk
nothing.
about. And one of the very important
Only
things
her
in the Inflation
eyebrows.
Reduction Act is that insulin cap at $35 for adults. He wants to make sure that happens for all Americans. So there's a lot to work on. We saw the data coming out of 2023 on the economy and where the economy is headed, and how Bidenomics we believe is working because
That
of that
gold chain
data.
around her
And so there's still a
arm.
lot of work to do, and that's what you're going to see from this president.
The emphasis heavily on implementation as opposed to...
I can't wait to not hear
being other
Bidenomics
pieces of
anymore.
legislation that the White House is hopeful.
I mean, look, I think when he talks about the unity agenda, there's more things to be done, right? There's more work to be done that continues on the historic, I think the historic first term that the president has had. So certainly there are more things to be done, but implementing those historic pieces of legislation is important as well.
Secretary Mayorkas has obviously been up on the Hill negotiating this deal, trying to hammer out something on the border, but at the same time the House is formally beginning impeachment proceedings against him. Do you have any concern that this will complicate a deal? It could hurt negotiations, especially as we're up against the clock here?
So I kind of addressed this at the top, how baseless it is and how they're wasting their time on impeachment proceedings that make no sense. And that's not what the American people want them to focus on. And that's certainly, we see that from House Republicans, obviously, and it's a political stunt. It's baseless. It's purely baseless. And instead of coming together to deal with potentially what's going to happen on January 19th, a shutdown, instead of dealing with that and really keeping to their word of that bipartisan agreement that the president did and made back in 2023, and keeping that deal, 2/3 of House Republicans voted for that. We saw bipartisan support in the Senate. And what they're doing is they're not doing their job. They're focusing on something that Americans do not want to see. They want us to deliver on things that matter to them.
But regardless of that, are you concerned that the fact that they are taking this action, even if you disagree with it, that it's going to make this more difficult, that it's going to complicate all
We
of
think
this?
it's baseless, and we think it's a waste of time, and we think it's not the focus that they should have. That's not the focus that Americans want them to have. And so, look, we were able to come together, when you think about the budget, when you think about where we're headed potentially on the 19th, to come with a bipartisan agreement to keep the government open. That was done in a bipartisan way. 2/3 of House Republicans voted for that. So we could get this done. They agreed on it. But yet they want to focus on something that is not going to keep the government open, that's for sure. Okay,
last night the president said that he needed more money to protect the U.S. southern border. Give me the money. Does he think it's a lack of money, a lack of funding that has led to the current situation at the border?
I mean, look, it's certainly there's a reason. Let me step back for a second. If you look at the national security supplemental that the president put forward, he put border security in there, right? Because he believes in order to get the work done at the border, we need more resources. DHS needs more resources. Our Border Patrol agents need more resources. We need more immigration judges. We need more resources to get this done. We need the technology at the border to deal with what's going on with migrants at the border. And last May, the Speaker and the Republicans in the House, they voted to get rid of 2,000 Border Patrol agents. I mean, that's their focus. So of course, that's not helpful. So we need the resources to actually do the work, and they keep getting in the way. House Republicans keep getting in the way of doing the work to deal with what we're seeing at the border. So they're obstructing. House Republicans are obstructing. That's what they're doing right now.
But does the president believe it's just a money issue, or does he think that the policies have to change?
Well, I would remind you, Weijia, on the first day of his administration, he put forth a comprehensive immigration policy, legislation, and he presented that to Congress. And he did that because he understands that the immigration process or the system has been broken for decades. So obviously, we need to change policy and work on policy to deal with a broken system. So it's both. It is, and that's what you've been seeing from the Senate side. Both Republicans and Democrats have been talking and negotiating for the past couple of weeks on how to deal with the border situation, border security, and it's been a policy conversation and a funding conversation. So it's both.
And does he have any New Year's resolutions?
I don't have the president's New Year's resolution. I think what I will say is that the president wants to continue doing the job that he has said that he's going to do on behalf of the American people. That's what we have seen him do the last 3 years. I've talked about the historic piece of legislation that's actually going to deal with health care, going to deal with veterans' health, right? Going to deal with clean energy and climate change, going to deal with key issues that matter to the American people, Bidenomics, making sure that the economy works for all, we're building the middle class. Those are the things that the president's going to focus on. Go ahead, Justin.
Two quick ones. The first, after the plane crash in Japan, I'm wondering both has the administration offered any support or is it working on an investigation of the crash, and has it prompted any review, especially of certain tarmac safety procedures?
Let me just first say, Justin, our hearts go out to the families of the Japanese service members who lost their lives in this terrible accident. So we're glad that the passengers and obviously the crew members were able to get out on the commercial flight, was able to get out safely. That is incredibly important. Any specifics on any questions about investigations, that was something for the government of Japan to speak to.
The resignation yesterday of Harvard's president seemed to generate a lot of conversation. I know the president, or you, weighed in after her testimony on Capitol Hill, but I'm wondering if you have a reaction.
So, look, I know there's been a lot of coverage of this, and so I want to be very mindful and careful, and I've said this before, when it comes to either private institutions or colleges and universities, we're not going to comment. We're not going to comment on any personal decision that's been made. And I want to, as you asked, because you asked me our comments from here and what we said from here, we believe that this is a moment for leaders to have moral clarity. That we believe that is incredibly important at this time to have moral clarity, and look, any calls for genocide are monstrous and they're antithetical. There should not be a place for that in this country, and we're always going to call out hate, and we're always going to be very, very clear about that. And I will add that you heard the university presidents who testified also apologize, right? And you heard them say this. I'll quote what President Gay said. She said, "I'm sorry, words matter." I'll quote what President McGill say. "I was not focused on, but I should have been, the irrefutable fact that a call for genocide of Jewish people is a call for some of the most terrible violence human beings can perpetrate." So we believe it's a time to stand up and show leadership, and we believe that's what we did at that time. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. On the border negotiations, can you comment on the concerns raised by some of the Hispanic caucus members and other elected Latino leaders who feel they've been kind of cut out of these talks?
So look, we've been in touch with Democrats, obviously members of the Hispanic leadership, and we've done that as these conversations have been going. We're not going to speak to certainly private conversations negotiations. Look, I'll say this, the president believes that we need to have a bipartisan agreement. That's where he believes, on both funding and also policy. And that's what you've seen from Democrats and Republicans on the Senate side. And that's what they've been doing. They've been having those conversations during the holiday season and throughout this week as well. And so we believe those conversations are headed in the right direction. And so, again, I said this moments ago, the president believes our immigration system is broken. That's why he put forth a legislation to deal with the comprehensive legislation to deal with the immigration system. And so now we're having a conversation, a bipartisan conversation about how to move forward. We're going to continue certainly to hear from the leaders, obviously, and to hear what they have to say. And we've been in touch with them. We've had conversations with them. I'm not going to go into private conversations. And, you know, it's being hammered out. I don't want to get into specifics from here, what the policies are going to look like, what's in or what's out. We think it's heading in the right direction, and it is important to have these conversations.
One of the concerns that they've raised, they say the discussions is leading the Biden administration into a trap. You know, asylum discussions, that making it harder to migrate legally will only increase irregular migration. Have you heard that from them specifically, and how does? So
look, I've seen the reporting just like you have. Obviously, the team here has had conversations with leaders. Here's the situation, right? The situation is that this system, this immigration system, has been broken for decades. And we need to have a bipartisan agreement to move forward on how to deal with the system. That's what we need to do, both on a policy front and a funding front. And so that's what you're seeing from the Senate side on both Republicans and Democrats, and it's been weeks of conversations and negotiation. And we think that is important. That's the only way we're going to be able to deal with this issue. And it's headed in the right direction. I'm not going to get into asylum. I'm not going to get into asylum policy. I'm not going to get into specifics. And so I'm just going to have to leave it there, obviously. Go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Corinne. The House committee is moving ahead with impeachment proceedings against Secretary Mayorkas. There's a hearing scheduled for next week, so I'd just like to get the White House response, and also just to clarify, does the president still have confidence in the secretary?
Absolutely, the president has confidence in the secretary. I think, and I've said this moments ago. I said it at the top as well. We believe that what they're doing, the House Republicans are doing with this impeachment inquiry is baseless. We believe that it's a political stunt, and we believe there's no time for that right now. There are things that the American people want us to get done, and that's what they should focus on. And you know, it is unfortunate that this is where the House Republicans, that's the road that they want to go down with this impeachment proceeding. That is really unfortunate, when the American people have been very clear. They want us to see it. They want us to work in a bipartisan way to get things done for them. And that's what the president wants to do. Go ahead, Karen.
Back on the border negotiations. Has the president spoken to Secretary Mayorkas since he met with the bipartisan negotiators on the Hill yesterday?
I would literally have to check. I don't have any call to read out. But obviously the president speaks to his cabinet secretaries on a regular basis. But on this particular meeting, I don't want to get ahead of that. So I would have to check in. But he speaks to them on a regular basis. Obviously, it's his cabinet.
And you've said you're not going to get into the details of what's being negotiated, but broadly, does the White House want to see Congress clear the supplemental before turning to the government funding issue before January 19th?
As you just laid out, Congress has a lot of work to do. They do. The supplemental, the reason that we put forward a supplemental, they are emergency requests that we believe are incredibly important and that needs to be dealt with on behalf of the American people. So obviously, those are important. Those are emergency requests that the president asked for. So critical, very critical to the American people. And, you know, their basic job for Congress more broadly, is to keep the government open. That's their basic duty, is to keep the government open. And all they're doing is dealing with a bipartisan agreement that the president made with Congress, right? It's something, again, I'm going to repeat myself here, something that 2/3 of House Republicans voted for, something that we saw come out of the Senate in a bipartisan posture. And so they have a lot to deal with. They have a lot to deal with, and they should just do their job. Okay.
Does the President still have plans to visit the disaster site in East Palestine, Ohio?
So I don't have any schedule of the President at this time, but I will say this, the President continues to oversee, as you know, and we've said it multiple times from here, it was a robust recovery effort to support the people of East Palestine, and we will visit when it is most helpful. The President will visit when it's most helpful to the community, and so we're going to continue to stay on the ground as long as possible, remember, because we had that robust operation, while ensuring that Norfolk Southern is held accountable for the trauma they inflicted on this community. But in the meantime, this is another thing. I was just asked about Congress, the supplemental and the budget. This is another thing that we want Congress to act on. It is important that they do their part to enhance rail safety. That is something that Congress has to do, and they have to do it by passing a bipartisan Railway Safety Act. That is something that they need to get to. But the President's going to continue to be there for the community, as he has been for the past several months.
And Argentina has reported 3 foreign nationals, Syrian and Lebanese, arrested on suspicion of plotting a terror attack. Is that something the U.S. is monitoring? Does it raise concern levels here?
I don't have anything for you at this time. Get it.
Federal debt, I want to ask you about. So I heard you blame the Republicans for the federal debt, but President Biden has been in office for 35 months, and over the past 3 months, the U.S. has added $10 billion per day to the federal debt. So, and that's not turning around. So is there a discussion here about cutting spending then?
Republican tax cuts are responsible for 90%. 90% of the increase in the debt. 90%. That is something that Republicans are responsible for. What the President has done, and you've heard us talk about it, I just talked about this, he's put forth legislation like lowering the deficit by $1 trillion. And that's part of the lowering prescription drug costs and cracking down on the wealthy tax cheats. That's what he's done. You know, $1.5 trillion, again, another way to lower the deficit, and that is through wasteful spending on special interests like Big Pharma. The President beat Big Pharma. That's what he was able to do last year because of the policies that he has put forth. And meanwhile, yeah, you know what? The GOP, or congressional Republicans, what they want to do is they want to continue with their Maganomics. What they've proposed will add $3 trillion to the debt. That's the numbers. You're a data guy. That's the numbers. That's what we have seen.
So wait, real quick, also on the border, the Vice President is in Los Angeles. I'm sorry, he went to Los Angeles to Las Vegas today, and the House Speaker is along the border. Does the President still have confidence that the Vice President can get to the root causes of the migration to stop the flow?
The President sees the Vice President as a partner. She's a partner with him on all of the successes that we have seen, what we've been able to do the first term in this administration, the first 3 years of this administration. I just listed out historic pieces of legislation that we've been able to get done, whether it's lowering prescription drugs, whether it's dealing with veterans care, whether it's dealing with climate change, whether it's Bidenomics dealing with the economy. That is something that he has done in partnership with the Vice President. So he has all confidence in her and will continue to do so. He has confidence in the Vice President. I answered your question. Go ahead.
With the additional indictment of Senator Menendez, does the President think the senator should resign?
That's up to him. That's a decision that he needs to make. And obviously it's a serious matter. And he thinks it was the right thing that he stepped down as chairmanship. As anything else to your question, that's something for the senator to decide on.
Broadly, though, does the President trust the senator? And has the senator been cut off by the White House, communications?
I'm not going to get into any private discussions here at the White House, but that is something, as it relates to him resigning, that is something that the senator has to deal with. Go ahead.
You mentioned the immigration proposal that the President put forward a few times. Are there any pieces of it that the President is now pushing for in these border talks?
I'm not going to get into negotiations from here.
Why is he not actively pushing for any parts of it?
I didn't say he wasn't. I'm just saying I'm not negotiating from here.
Thank you, Corinne. A couple weeks ago, you had said what we're seeing at the border isn't unusual, but in the month of December, there were more than 302,000 migrant encounters, the highest total for a single month ever recorded. So does the administration concede that what we're seeing now is unusual?
What I said was, to be exact, is that what we're seeing at the U.S. is ebbs and flows in how many migrants arrive at the border. It's something that happens every year. It ebbs and flows. And it's fueled by efforts of smugglers to encourage irregular migration. And I will add, since May 12th, DHS has removed folks who have been here illegally, who were not here on a legal basis, about 460,000 people that they've been able to remove. That's what I said. Every year we see an ebbs and flow, and that's what we're seeing at this time, and which is caused by misinformation and disinformation from smugglers.
Well, ICE reported that they only deported 142,000 in all of fiscal year 2023. December had more than double that crossing just a single month. So how is that really a measurable consequence?
Since May 12th, DHS has been able to remove and return over 460,000 individuals who did not have a legal basis to be here. That's what DHS has been able to do since May 12th. And I will remind you, that just last week we had Homeland Security Advisor Sherwood Randall and Secretaries Biden and Mayorkas meet with the Mexican government just last week, and it was a productive conversation. And we believe that the President of Mexico has taken significant enforcement actions, and we are starting to see the results. And so a lot of this is diplomacy, right? A lot of it is having diplomacy. A lot of it is enforcement. I just laid out how last May, while DHS was starting to remove folks who were not here on a legal basis, you had House Republicans voting to get rid of 2,000 Border Patrol agents. That's what they were doing. So we're trying to deal with the issue, and we get it. It ebbs and flows every year. We get it. We understand what's happening at the border. That's why there's negotiations happening on the Senate side where Republicans and Democrats deal with this issue.
Dealing with the issue as the administration's also fighting to keep up, to remove razor wire along the border that is intended to keep, this surge lowered, to keep people out from crossing illegally.
Governor Abbott's razor wire does not prevent. It does not prevent non-citizens from unlawfully crossing. That's not what it does. If anything, it puts at risk, it puts the lives of the Border Patrol at risk. It puts them in danger. That's what the razor wire does. And that's what the Governor Abbott is doing. Again, a political stunt that doesn't actually fix the problem and puts Border Patrol agents.
Fixing it right now.
Well,
it's a temporary solution, obviously. But I guess the reason that I'm coming to it from this perspective is because
it puts Border Patrol. It puts them in a difficult position, right?
I hear you. But when you're talking about the impeachment proceeding, for instance, as baseless, and you have, Democrats calling on the administration to do more. You had the mayor of Denver today saying that Denver has become the highest city per capita for migrant recipients in the country. You've had mayors in New York and Chicago begging for more federal help, saying that the administration is not answering them. And then you have Texas saying that they've had to take measures into their own hands because the administration isn't enforcing existing laws on the books. The numbers keep going up. You have, records being shattered every month. A population bigger than the size of Seattle coming in since October. And I understand where you're coming from, but in the meantime, when there's really not been any progress, and you've always talked about how this has been an issue for decades, what is the administration doing right now to actually improve the crisis at the border?
We have House Republicans that's literally blocking the president's effort to do something. That's what they're doing. They're playing political games. They're doing political stunts. Literally, House Republicans themselves voted to decrease the amount of Border Patrol agents by 2,000. They're getting in the way, and they don't want to help. But we are glad that we are working with Senate Republicans and Democrats in a bipartisan way to come up with a bipartisan agreement to deal with the border security. That's what we're seeing. Those negotiations have been going on. They're continuing this week, and we really do hope that we come to a place where we can talk about a bipartisan agreement where we can deal with the funding and the policy. And House Republicans are getting in the way. That's what they want to focus on. That's where they see there could be the most effective.
House Republicans are currently
that's not what we believe.
at the
That's not what the
border.
American people want. Go ahead, Peter.
Just to be clear, has the razor wire put Border Patrol agents at risk, Karine? The Biden administration themselves said that the agents have been cutting the wire to provide medical assistance to migrants or to apprehend migrants who have already crossed into U.S. territory.
Let me be more clear. It makes it more difficult. It actually makes it more difficult for Border Patrol to apprehend those who do cross. cross. So I'm going to be just clear that up a little bit. It makes just to be more clear, it does make it more difficult for them to do their jobs, right? It does.
Hey, dude, they're getting free health care in California now. Did you hear about that?
The idea of being a bipartisan leader, the ability to work together. One of his biggest successes, the White House would say, would be the infrastructure law right now, $1 trillion. It was approved with the support of Democrats and Republicans. Right now, there's a new Republican House Speaker. President Biden hasn't had a one-on-one meeting with him yet. Many weeks have now passed. Is there any indication when that would happen, and what's precluding the president from saying, Speaker Johnson, come to the White House, let's sit down and talk about this?
So here's what I'll say to that. You have Speaker Johnson, who has been very clear where he stands on the border, right? Who has continues with the House Republicans to make this a political issue and to move forward with political stunts, and has blocked any efforts for the president to deal with the border. That's what we've seen. That is what we've seen from the speaker. Now, the president has been able, with his team, right, to have a bipartisan conversation and negotiation with senators, Republicans and Democrats. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. We think those negotiations are headed in the right way as we talk about border security. And, you know, we are hopeful. We are hopeful that we'll come to a place that we are dealing with an issue that Americans really care about. And that's where we are, Peter. That is where I don't have anything to read out to you, but that is the playing field that we're seeing right now. That is. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
You want to take a seat? No.
Talk about how they're going to do something.
Don't be nervous. There's only 300. Yeah, with the speaker and all of you guys. Yeah. Don't screw up. I'm kidding. I saw you on purpose. That's what we do. First thing that Monica said, he went and I was going to give him the State of the Union. He's like, hey, people.
Well, we want to thank all of you for being here today. I want to thank all of my colleagues for joining me here in the epicenter of the crisis that we're having on the border here in Eagle Pass, Texas. It's been quite a day. I'll tell you a little bit about what we've learned here today. But first I want to tell you that we have a great cross-section of the House. We have 64 House Republicans that have joined us here in Eagle Pass. They represent 26 states, 1 U.S. territory. You have everybody from California to Maryland, from Michigan to Florida. We represent over half the U.S. states because every state in America is now a border state. And we've seen that on vivid display today. Today we were able to meet with local residents, with sheriffs, with the Texas DPS. We also toured the CBP processing facility here in Eagle Pass, and it's been an eye-opener. One thing is absolutely clear. America is at a breaking point with record levels of illegal immigration, and today we got a first-hand look at the damage and the chaos the border catastrophe is causing in all of our communities. The situation here and across the country is truly unconscionable. We would describe it as both heartbreaking and infuriating. Our communities are overrun. We have local resources that are being strapped. We have lethal drugs that are pouring into our country at record levels. And it's in less than 3 years that President Biden took office that this has happened. That we have over 7 million illegal encounters at the border, nearly 2 million known gotaways, and that doesn't count the many that are undetected. At 312 suspects on the terrorist watch list that have been apprehended. We have no idea how many terrorists have come into the country and set up terrorism cells across the nation. Last month alone, we saw the most illegal crossings in recorded history. It is an unmitigated disaster, a catastrophe. And what's more tragic is that it's a disaster of the president's own design. About an hour ago, we had lunch, and there are a number of sheriffs that work and serve here along the border of Texas. The sheriff of Terrell County was one of them. He was a former Border Patrol agent for 26 years, and he said in his estimation, it took less than 6 months for the Biden administration to dismantle 100 years of progress that the U.S. Border Patrol had achieved. Some of the first actions that Joe Biden took when he rolled into the Oval Office were that he rolled back border security measures. They were put in place by the Trump administration. We all saw it happen. Remember, it was on his very first day in office that President Biden stopped construction of the southern border wall, and he ended the Remain in Mexico policy. It was estimated on our tour just a moment ago that if the Biden administration would reinstate just the Remain in Mexico policy, it could stem the flow by probably 70% or more. But he refuses to do it. And since the time that President Biden took office, the administration has done next to nothing to protect the border. But we've all seen with our own eyes, they have opened the border wide to the entire world. It's estimated that nearly 170 countries have people coming in and flowing across this border. And some of these are from nations that have high numbers of concentration. And these are not people who are fleeing and looking for asylum, that are in fear for their lives in their home countries. We have hardened criminals coming across that border. They're the ones being released from prisons from some of these countries and sent here to come into the U.S. Rather than incentivizing people to come, the president needs to deter people from entering the country. Rather than discussing amnesty with Mexico, as top Biden administration officials did within the last couple of weeks, this administration should reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy, as was said. Rather than expanding parole authority to an unprecedented scale, the president should obviously end catch and release and stop the abuse of our parole and asylum systems. The president can and should act now. This doesn't require legislation. It requires leadership. And despite the White House's claim, he has all the authority he needs right now under existing federal law to stop this madness. But the message his policies have sent is the opposite of that. It's quite clear. Under President Biden, America has laid out a welcome mat to illegal immigrants, smugglers, and cartels. He is responsible for the grave threat to our national security and our nation's sovereignty that these policies have created. But instead of taking responsibility and providing leadership, this administration has done nothing but attack elected officials who are trying to fix this catastrophe. The people standing behind you have worked hard. We passed our legislation more than 7 months ago. You have red and blue states all across this country that are being forced to step up because the federal government has failed to do its job. Right here in Texas, Governor Abbott has heroically done more to enforce the law than the president has. And how has this administration responded? They have sued the state of Texas to stop their deterrence efforts. They have brought them to court to strike down their ability to put up buoys in the water and razor wire and the rest. It's absolute insanity. The House has done its job. As I mentioned, we delivered common sense legislation that will secure our border. But it's been sitting on Chuck Schumer's desk for 7 months. House Resolution 2 was our bill, and the time to act on it is yesterday. It certainly needs to happen. With each passing day, each record broken, this administration's dereliction of duty becomes more and more dangerous and more infuriating, and we are here to say that it must stop. What we saw today only made House Republicans more resolved to stand for sanity and the American people, and we will do it. If President Biden wants a supplemental spending bill focused on national security, it better begin by defending America's national security. It begins right here on our southern border. We have a few members here that will give you some more insight on what we saw today and what we anticipate. And I'll lead off next with the chairman of our Homeland Security Committee, Mark Green of Tennessee.
Hey, Mark. Chairman. I want to thank the speaker for putting this CODEL together. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all coming. It's important to bring what's happening here to the American people, to all of the American people. I also want to thank the members who are here. You know, I first took the oath to defend the Constitution of the United States against enemies, foreign and domestic, on the plane at West Point when I was 17 years old. And for the better part of my adult life, I have spent that training and fighting foreign terrorists. And now as the chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, I contend with the domestic threats to this nation. The greatest domestic threat to the national security and the safety of the American people is Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. He, through his policies, has defied and subverted the laws passed by the United States Congress. He has defied multiple court orders. He has lied numerous times to the United States Congress. He has, under oath, stated things that were blatantly, obviously incorrect. He has broken his oath to defend this country. Even A.G. Garland admitted that the policies of Mayorkas are being used by the cartels to exploit the American people and make billions of dollars, putting Americans at risk. Hundreds of thousands of Americans dead to fentanyl, tens of thousands of young people trafficked into sex slavery, billions of dollars wasted, expanded criminal networks now connected to the drug cartels in Mexico throughout our entire country. Director Wray admitted before my committee the other day, our committee the other day, that with the border wide open and a war in Israel, Hamas can just walk right in. That's the director of the FBI. He fears for his own agents. It's clear this is intentional. Secretary Mayorkas knows the policies. If the AG knows the policies are the cause, Secretary Mayorkas knows the policies are the cause, he's doubling down. He's doing this intentionally. Despite the catastrophic harm to our country. Well, our committee has finished its 5-phase investigation. I want to thank the members of the committee for their hard work and our staff. You're going to see a lot more coming here very soon. I'm going to let my colleagues talk about the numbers because I get to talk about them all the time. I want to spend my 2 minutes this morning telling you that the cause of the problem is Alejandro Mayorkas. Thanks again to the Speaker for putting this together, the members for coming. Every state and city in this country is a border state, but I want to say a special thank you and salute to Texas. You have borne the brunt of this, and we will not let you down. Accountability is coming, I promise. And I will be followed by the amazing chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan.
Thanks, Mark. And I too want to thank the Speaker. I want to thank all the people in law enforcement that we got a chance to interact with today.
Congressman, I just want to let you know there are illegals crossing as we speak behind you, just to give you an idea.
Yeah, that's kind of what we all know how serious this problem is. So I would just say this. I think the country understands the magnitude of the problem, but I think there are 3 fundamental questions we got to ask. What's the cause? What is the true magnitude of this problem? And then what's the solution? We all know the cause. The Speaker said this. The cause is the policies of the Biden administration. And they frankly decided on day one, January 20th, 2021, when he took the oath of office, they decided that day, no more building the wall, no more remain in Mexico, and they were going to release people who came to the country. And that became the incentive for so many millions to come to our great country. The magnitude of the problem, you've all heard the numbers, but I just point to 2. Last month, record month, 300,000 illegal migrants come into the country. The pace of the Biden administration in his term as president will reach 12 million when they're done. And I tell people that's the equivalent, that equals the population of the state I'm from, the great state of Ohio, 7th largest state. That's the pace we're on. That's how big this problem is. And then finally, what's
Ohio
the solution?
is the 7th largest
state. The solution is to go back to the policies that worked. The solution is our legislation. Or the solution is simply, I think, one sentence. No money can be used to process or release into the country any new migrants. To just say suspend it now, which the president can do. But if he won't do it, we should put that one sentence in must-pass legislation. That, to me, is how it Finally, I would just say this. I think in the end, it boils down to the will of Republicans in the United States Congress? Are we going to force that sentence, that solution, on a piece of legislation to get this done? That should be our charge. If we don't, then we're going to have to wait. Then we're going to have to wait for the presidential election and hope that President Trump is the new president, where we can get back to the policies that work. It's that basic in my judgment. With that, I would yield to the gentleman, I think, from the home district here, Mr. Gonzalez.
Showing up matters. Whether you're a dog, whether you're a cat, whether you're a member of Congress, whether you're the media, showing up matters. And I want to thank the Speaker for making this happen. I want to thank the Speaker's team for being seasoned veterans and putting this all together. I want to thank my own team. This is our 21st border CODEL. And I want to thank our team for working together with the Speaker's office to put this together. I want to thank the members that have all, traveled to get here 2 days after the holidays. We could all be doing different things, but we are united in making sure House Republicans' top priority is securing this border. And that shows by us being here. And oh, by the way, 2 weeks ago, there were 12,000 people coming over illegally. Under that bridge, right down the street, there was thousands of people. In the Firefly facility that we visited earlier today, that has a max capacity of 1,000 people, there were 6,000 people. There were 4,000 people that were getting released. We were at the brink of massive catch and release. And when that happens, our communities get turned upside down. And it may start here in Eagle Pass, but then it quickly reaches San Antonio, and then it quickly reaches all over the country. Well, guess what? Today, that stopped. Now, it may have to do with the fact that the Speaker and 60-plus members showed up, but it stopped. And the biggest part is 1,400 Border Patrol agents today are not processing migrants that have come into our country illegally. They are out into the field doing their damn job. And that's what I'd argue we are fighting for the hardest. We want Border Patrol agents to get back to doing their job. How do we fix this?
Can't they just show up every day so that the Border Patrol does their job?
We deport people that are here illegally by the thousands.
They could be the new bosses of the Border Patrol.
And then if you stop talking for 1 second and you just listen, like
they
we
could
did
single-handedly
today,
fix our
if you
border.
hear from the ranchers,
These Republicans,
if you hear from the sheriffs,
stand there.
if you hear from the judges, the mayors, the people that live here every day, they will tell you the same thing.
They could be the Border
Patrol. The nexus is this. You want to get the root of the issue?
Yeah.
The root of the issue is the cartels. The cartels turn it on and they turn it off. And today is a prime example of that. So I have pushed. It is long time for us to label cartels as terrorist organizations. I will end with this. Once again, showing up matters. I'm grateful for the people that have shown up. I believe now is the time to make sure America is safe. And we do that by taking a down payment on border security in 24 with this team. And we come back for the rest when we win back the White House in 25. With that, I'll turn it over to my good friend and colleague from Texas, Beth Van Dyne.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate all the work that you have done over the last 2-3 years that you have been in Congress. You have really taken this issue. You have shown that you care. You've come down here with solutions. I want to thank the Speaker and his team for recognizing this is a priority. This is a priority in our country. This is a priority for cities and states all across our country. And I come here not only as a Texas representative, but also as a former Texas mayor that took on this issue head on. We worked and we partnered with Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. We had more criminal illegal aliens deported from my city during the time that I was mayor than any other city in the country per capita.
People are really good at memorizing speeches.
We had decreased crime almost overnight. We became the 5th safest city in the country because we actually followed and enforced our laws. We were criticized by sanctuary cities across the country who are now starting to feel what happens when you have illegal immigrants come into your city. You can't handle the resources. You don't have it, whether or not it's housing, school, infrastructure, health care. They're finally hearing it, they're finally seeing it, and they're finally speaking out about it. We had an opportunity today to talk to several local elected officials, to several sheriffs. What they told us is we are not dealing with an immigration problem. We are dealing with a sex trade problem. We are dealing with a cartel issue. This is where your focus needs to be. When you have women who are brought into this country, who are being treated as slaves, who are still emboldened by cartel members, that takes 13 to 18 years potentially to be able to work off their debt. That is what we are seeing under a Biden administration. You have had 100,000 children come into this country, and they've lost. We have absolutely no idea where they are. How is this possible, and how, under our governance, is this happening? I will tell you, another thing that they were very clear about was, we implore you, and this is a quote, hold the line. You have the ability through your power of the purse to force this administration to do its job. It's sad that you have to do that, but that is exactly the position that we find ourselves in. Hold the line. None of us want to shut down the government, but we all recognize the fact that every single penny that we are giving to Homeland Security at this point, that is not being used to secure our border, that is not being used to increase our national security, but is doing the exact opposite. It is weakening it. It is forcing more and more people quickly, more efficiently into our country illegally, is hurting our national security, hurting our best interest, in killing our economy and local governments. When you've had over 100,000 people that have been killed as a result of fentanyl, more than any other terrorist attack on our country, this is a time to take steps. This is a time to hold the line. And we in Congress, we have a bill, H.R. 2, and I could not agree any more strongly with Representative Gonzalez that we do have to target the cartels. But we have a job to do. The American people are absolutely sick of the policies that they've seen under the Biden administration, and we will hold the line, and we will fight to make sure H.R. 2 is passed, as well as other border security measures that will support our Customs and Border Patrol and help secure our nation. Thank you. And with that, I want to introduce Juan Ciscobani. Great state of Arizona.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I wanted to thank the Speaker for his leadership on this issue. I wanted to thank my colleagues for coming to the southern border and seeing for themselves what we've been talking about for so long. And, of course, thank my good friend Tony Gonzalez for hosting us here in this district as he continues this fight against the border crisis that we're seeing. I'm an immigrant. I came to this country when I was 11 years old. Became a U.S. citizen in 2006 as an adult in my 20s. Then I was elected to the United States Congress 16 years later. No country in the world would give you that opportunity. No country in the world, only America would ever give you that opportunity. So I believe in the opportunities this country has. I believe in the generosity of our nation. I believe in the American dream that I'm living.
Hi, man. Why?
This is not it. That's not it. With this crisis that Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas have created, nobody wins. Nobody wins except the cartels. They're the ones deciding who gets across and who doesn't. They're the ones trafficking people and drugs. They're the ones terrorizing their own citizens. They're the ones that have no regard for human life. The men and women that we met with today, fighting on the front lines for our safety, are doing so with very little to no support from this administration. Trying to enforce policies that are at best outdated, at worst designed to fail because they're not working and the right ones are not being enforced. You've heard here today, we've been saying this for years, that every state has become a border state. In my own state in Arizona, in the Tucson sector, we saw record-breaking numbers in December. The trend is in the wrong direction. This administration has no answers and no will to tackle this issue. This is not a political matter. This is a matter of security and sovereignty. And I see some Spanish stations here, so I'm going to address you in Spanish as well. Este es un problema grave para el país. No es un problema nuevo, sin embargo, es un problema que se ha empeorado grandemente bajo la administración de Biden. Cero credibilidad tiene su administración y sus agentes de su gabinete, que no han podido mover esta situación en el lado positivo de ninguna manera. Necesitamos parar esto y tenemos las herramientas para pararlo, pero el presidente se rehúsa a hacerlo. Como inmigrante, esta no es la solución, lo puedo decir de todo corazón. Es una crisis humanitaria tanto como lo es una crisis de seguridad nacional. Y necesitamos hacer algo inmediatamente. It's important to know that as an immigrant, myself, and I can say that this situation is like with many other families, that it took us over a decade to earn our citizenship. And what the Biden administration has done, they've diluted the effort, the focus, and the sacrifice of so many families that have paid the ultimate price of leaving their country to come here and go through a long, rigorous process to become U.S. citizens, to be able to take that oath of citizenship like I did in 2006. And this administration, with their actions, has made a fool out of that process. And has spit in the face of so many that have gone through the entire process to one day have the honor of becoming United States citizens. This message transcends culture. This message transcends language.
Transcends the universe.
That we must
this is
solve from every perspective that you see reflected here behind us. Our GOP colleagues get it, our speaker gets it, and we will solve this issue. And the president needs to step up and do his part, along with Alejandro Mayorkas. Thank you so much.
Mr. My
Speaker.
potions.
Thank my colleagues and friends again for being here and sharing that insight. We'll take a few questions if you have time.
Sir, can we see a show of hands? Who will vote to shut down the government?
We're not in a classroom. We're not doing show of hands.
Well, here's the deal on the shutdown. We are working hard to get the appropriations bills done, and the resolve of this group and that you've seen with our votes and carrying over and crushing the Christmas omnibus fever as we did with our laddered approach and the two-step CR. We have until mid-January. You have until early February to get the approach bills done. We have been working in earnest and in good faith with the Senate and the White House virtually every day through the holiday, trying to come to an agreement. Negotiations are still ongoing. It's drug on way too long, but the sooner we get that agreement, the sooner we'll be able to get the appropriations bills done. And let me tell you what our top two priorities are right now in summary. We want to get the border closed and secured first, and we want to make sure that we reduce non-defense discretionary spending. That is an important objective. You know why? Because we've crossed the threshold of $34 trillion in debt. $34 trillion today. It's a landmark that is unimaginable, would have been unimaginable to previous generations, and here we are. And so we have a responsibility here of fiscal stewardship and fiscal sanity, and that's the priority that you're going to see us pursue. So too early to prejudge any of that, but I'll tell you we're resolved on those priorities.
Mr. Speaker, do you have, you've been briefed on these negotiations with the Senate. What is your view of them right now? And are they going as far as you need them to go to?
With regard to border security?
Yes.
Listen, the Senate has been negotiating, I guess, among members there and potentially with the White House, I suppose. Our position is very clear, and we have made that clear, again, for 7 months. H.R. 2 is the necessary ingredient. Why? Because it has provisions that fix each of these problems, and these things work together. For example, you couldn't just reform the broken asylum process and allow this parole system to remain broken. It would be a giant loophole that would not solve the issue. You can't just build the wall without ending catch and release, without restoring remain in Mexico. These are the policies and the provisions that, again, had stemmed the flow in the previous administration. We know what works. It's not rocket science, and that is why we have said we are resolved for those provisions. That's what's necessary to fix the problem. It's not just House Republicans' opinion. It's based upon the informed opinions of the people here on the ground, and that is what they have told us, and they have reiterated this over and over and over. Desperately, they ask us to help them solve this problem, not just for South Texas, but for the entire country. And that's why you see representatives from all across America here to say in one voice that we have to do this for the people, and the White House has shown an unwillingness to do it. In fact, as we noted, they've done exactly the opposite, and it's shameful and inexcusable. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, Allie Bradley here with News Nation. I'm wondering, we've seen over 7 million people encountered under this administration. Many of them have been released into our country with notices to appear. DHS has even said that many of them don't qualify for asylum. Just last month, we saw 302,000 encounters, 245,000 of them released with an NTA. Should a Republican win the election here coming up, would the Republican Party be in favor of mass deportations, and what does that look like? Are we going door to door? Are you going into businesses? What would that look like if the Republican Party supports it?
I can tell you it's a very complicated, complex issue, just finding those people. You heard Representative Van Dyne say earlier, tragically, nearly 100,000 undocumented children who were unaccompanied, who came across the border, unaccompanied minors, have been lost into the system. The administration has lost track of these children after they've been released. These people are given a notice to return for an immigration hearing. Sometimes it's 4 years into the future. They don't show up. A very tiny percentage show up. So the first problem would be even identifying all these people. The point is, the longer we wait, the longer we delay the closure and securing of this border, the greater the crisis and the problem. We don't have a specific prescription yet that we're proposing because we haven't gotten to that point. But I do believe, in large measure because of this issue, I do think that we're going to have a change in the White House. I think we're going to have a Republican president. I think we're going to win the Senate, and we're going to expand the majority in the House as well.
Do you think it should be within states' rights to enforce federal immigration law like the law Texas has passed due to the state crisis despite the ruling previously in Arizona versus USA?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we have applauded Governor Abbott and all the brave law enforcement officers here on the border in Texas. They're doing their dead level best to protect their citizens, and that's his #1 job. The federal government, the White House, the administration refuses to do it. So if you're the governor of Texas or a border state or any governor, you have the responsibility, the right, the constitutional authority to do the right thing and secure your people. So we have applauded him. We stand with him in that resolve, and any other governor who's willing to draw the line and take that measure. And remember, everything they try to do, the White House has gone to court to stop. Everything they're trying to do to protect Texans, the White House is going to take them to court and have it undone. It's madness is the only word that we can think of to describe this. And we hope it treason. I don't know. It comes to an end soon, and we're here to make sure that happens. Thank you all for being here. God bless.
Oh.
Good job. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it, man. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Congresista, ¿podremos hablar en español con usted? Gracias.
Vamos para acá si quieren, así nos tratamos de dormir.
Acá está bien, gracias.
I'm gonna take off. Nobody say anything. Nobody said anything in 30 minutes. Have a good one. I'll play some games and stuff. Later.
So that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to move back, but apparently that's not happening. Is that green?